töötaks ta nüüd.
No, see on ka lahendus.
Nii, aga nüüd see link on siis siin. Ma panen selle Zoomis nüüd siis siia juttu.
Ja siis ma saadan Liile.
Jah, ja Lii peaks siia ise ka saama. See on see, kuhu nüüd nii, aga millist pilti meil siis vaja nüüd näha on? Meil on vaja näha siis ma kontrollin veel üle ja see saadetakse siis sinna. Pildi jagamise ka veel. Share. Ja ma jagan siis seda pilti. Screen 1. Okay. Nii, ja see läheb siis siia. Mida?
Selle rohelise. Eestis on, mis ta on?
Nii, ma vaatan veel korra saate vahel. Võime alustada. Piir.
Kõigile.
Jah. Ja sul on siis, mis mikrofon praegu?
Ma võtan siit korraga, ma võtan sealt.
Võta sealt, sa pead tööle panema.
All right. Hello. Thank you for waiting. We had some technical difficulties, but we have resolved them all now. Welcome to the Tartu Hydrogen Days 2025. This is our 9th meeting. So next year we'll have a jubilee that we can celebrate together. My name is Karl-Ander Kasuk. I will be the moderator for this afternoon and tomorrow, but that's enough about me. I would like to invite Mayor Urmas Klaas to the stage to give the opening statements and greet you all to this wonderful meeting. Yes. Thank you.
Dear guests, scientists, entrepreneurs, dear Tartuvians, ladies and gentlemen. Tartu is always the place for innovation, now and in the future. Don't just visit, stay for longer, bring your ideas here and make them come true. What makes Tartu special is our open and agile approach to public sector innovation. We see our city as a test bed and living lab for new ideas, and we share everything we collect and have with entrepreneurs, researchers, and the wider community to foster collaboration and innovation. Now, a few examples to illustrate. Tartu is the only Estonian city to belong to the European Mission 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030. Of course, this is a high goal and might not be reached exactly in 2030. But we have to dream big, because only then can true progress happen. By now, our city bus system runs only on biogas. This also means that we are energy independent in developing our public city transport. Our central heating is also based entirely on local raw produce. Energy issues, as we all know, are especially important for us considering the current security situation in Europe. This is also partly why we are considering hydrogen to have great potential as a new energy source in our city. We have here in Tartu introduced an innovative system of city bikes, which are especially popular among the younger generation. Our bike system has the 4th highest usage rate in the world, only slightly behind Paris, Antwerp, and Ljubljana. We are the first city in the world to implement mobile parking already 25 years ago, and also the first city to implement completely paperless governance. That happened already in 2003. I hope those examples show how our city welcomes new ideas with open arms. A big reason for this is probably the fact that we have here in Tartu 9 universities. And of course, I am very pleased to mention University of Tartu, which will celebrate 400 years in some years. Of course, our universities are in many cases accelerators of those innovative projects. All of those advantages are potentially helpful to you in implementing also hydrogen projects. Hydrogen has great potential in helping us reach our goals, which is why I invite you to come and test your ideas here in the city of Tartu. Dear guests, this was my pitch. Tartu has an important role in furthering innovation and innovativeness in our country, in Estonia, and I am very thankful to you for helping lead that change. Thank you. I wish you interesting, successful, good talks, discussions here, and also I wish you that you can discover the city of Tartu as it is, and as spoken, stay longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And It was a really nice talk and about the holistic approach of the governance of the city of Tartu. And now our next speaker is the CEO of Font Corporation, Carmen Font, who also is going to talk about a very holistic approach to European markets and scaling up hydrogen across Europe. So let's give a very warm welcome to Carmen Font.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Good. Yeah.
Click.
Yes.
I click here and it goes up.
Yes. You can go forward with enter.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, please.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. To be honest, it's an honor to be here in Estonia with all of you. So first of all, thank you so much, distinguished Honorable Mayor, for the welcoming. And indeed, I feel home despite of being Spanish. And I have to say that I've already discussed with some of the entrepreneurs that you mentioned, and I'm pretty impressed of the amount of entrepreneurial mindset and companies that are here in the field of hydrogen. It's very impressive, to be honest. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, authorities, professors, and madams and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here with you today. I'm the CEO of Font Corporation. Basically, it's a European firm leading the most promising deep tech to expand and invest and develop projects in Europe. And we have invested also in several projects as a strategic investor in the field of hydrogen and even natural hydrogen. And I've been very pleased to be involved with your hydrogen valley, and some of the most delegates that are representing you in Brussels, such as Lee and such as Preet with Metroset. So thank you for the invitation. And let's start with the overview of how important is hydrogen innovation and the investments, how important is the cooperation between the public sector and the private sector to basically have these projects being developed and obviously helping the country to have energy independence. So basically, I've summarized, but basically we are leading the development of hydrogen and natural hydrogen in Europe. We are very much involved with the European Commission, European Parliament, obviously Clean Hydrogen Partnership, member states, the European Council, the decision makers in Europe to accelerate the development of hydrogen projects, the implementation and the scale up. And obviously with always the eye of an investor. So what the investors, entrepreneurs need in order to develop their projects, basically work very hand to hand with the public sector, with the regions and with the towns to make this progress. So some of the business areas we obviously are involved in, hydrogen and natural hydrogen, obviously European and international partnership, because it's so important, cooperation and the offtake and so forth. So strategic partnerships are clear, basically a key thing to have in any project. Business expansions for deep tech in Europe, and obviously the governments are first, because without the public sector and the support from the public funding, it's complicated or more complex to develop projects. One example of how we work with the European Commission, governments and investors, obviously, is because we want to de-risk projects. We need those projects to be implemented in the market and being developed. Obviously, we need to work very hand to hand with the European Commission, governments and so forth, and indeed with the, obviously, securing public funding. So an example is the hydrogen to market. Obviously, this is an example, and you have here many companies in Estonia that have got funding. So this is critical because it helps. It's not about the money. At the end of the day, it's not about the money. It's about who is behind these funds. And obviously, it's the European Commission, they're risking projects and helping projects to get more funding for investors. This is critical. And that's why the European Commission, obviously member states, mayor here with potential schemes for projects are so critical that the importance of the backbone is the public. And then obviously the private sector execute and implement the projects. But that's why it's so important to continue enhancing the conversations. I would really recommend from Estonia highest level of decision makers with the European Commission, European Parliament, European Innovation Council, and getting as much as companies involved, the private sector, into these conversations and these schemes. In natural hydrogen, because we have the challenge how to develop natural hydrogen in Europe. This is quite, well, it's likely that some of you might not even heard much about natural hydrogen. So it's basically hydrogen that is generated underground. So this is now being evaluated by the European Commission, and we played a critical role on that since years. We have investors already investing in the US, companies such as Coloma receiving funds from Bill Gates and from Mitsubishi. And here in Europe, we are still evaluating this potential. So I would encourage Estonia to look into this. Indeed, because it could be added to your energy mix. So basically, it could be the most competitive hydrogen to be produced in the market. We are talking about €1 per kilo. And now the International Energy Agency, has been working into it. We are part of it. I'm one of the expert members working on tax 49. So it's very serious indeed, because it's a global scope. And the objective is to evaluate if Europe has the potential and which member states will have the potential to include natural hydrogen in their energy mix. And obviously to base or to ground all what is needed for investors to go for it. Because obviously we are talking about projects that CapEx is 900 million, so it's a quite intensive in CapEx. So investors will not invest in those projects unless there is a regulatory framework and unless there is a clear support from government and indeed from member states and the regions that have this resource. And all this is being now conducted as an exercise in the International Energy Agency, Task 49, to evaluate this potential. And that was a challenge. To give you an example of how we worked, and we should work, in fact, to bring things to market. We basically are involved in several projects. No regulation in Europe. Just at the moment, France and Poland has regulation in terms of exploration of natural hydrogen. So in September 2023, we prepared a proposal of preparatory action, so-called, and we presented to the European Parliament. So we worked with several MPs towards the need in Europe to map resources and also to have a regulatory framework that will allow projects and investors to implement and bring to market this natural hydrogen. And then basically we got the results, and officially we work with the Technology Committee of the European Parliament, submitting in 2024 a new proposal. And now finally we got basically the results of these actions, official tender this July from the European Commission, launching for the first time a call for mapping underground reservoirs of natural hydrogen in Europe and developing the necessary regulatory framework to produce or to have it at commercial level in Europe. So that therefore, I would really encourage Estonia to look into this, because if you have this resource in-house, it could be really helping energy sovereignty and indeed have very competitive, hydrogen for the companies and from the industry. Basically, why so important hydrogen? Why? Obviously, natural hydrogen too, if we could include this, because we don't have other way. Basically, because we are not the states, don't have fossil fuels, and we don't want to go that road. Indeed, we have right now we are suffering basically an energy crisis because of the self-sovereignty that we need, and we are building, that's the vision, to build our own self-sovereignty. And we've been suffering, and this is data from Statista and also from Bloomberg. Natural gas prices in Europe obviously have been 3 times higher than those in the US. Bloomberg in December 24, the cost of producing and installing electrolyzers, hydrogen in China, US and Europe are still, they rise 50 times compared to quarter 2023. So basically, we have a need to reduce cost, be more efficient, and therefore innovation is critical for that, innovation. So we have the certain vision, and this is one of our assets in Europe. We have to have the certainty that we are going to decarbonize, because with this long-term vision, despite of political changes, but if we have the certainty, we have the strategy, no matter what political party will be involved, we have to continue pushing that forward. Why? Because we will attract investments. Now it's a very, very sweet moment for Europeans and for Estonia to attract investments from the US, investments from South America, investments even from China. Why not? If controlled, and they help our companies to develop their projects, 10% equity, perhaps, that bring cash to companies. And indeed, that's our best assets. Certainty to investors, certainty in the vision, and a strong public sector that will support projects and will definitely have this vision of long-term to deploy. Basically, partnerships. Obviously, we are talking about how important is the backbone is the public sector, but indeed we have the private sector to jump in. How important are partnerships? I had the pleasure to be driven to here, to Tartu, by Valentin. He's leading one of the projects that have been just announced, the 20 million investment, basically fund. That's terrific news. This is a really milestone, not just for the company itself, for Estonia, but for the European sector, the hydrogen sector. And indeed, obviously, we were discussing, and Valentin, obviously, they need to secure the offtake. They need to secure, obviously, further investments. And that's why we've been supporting also all this. How important is to be able to help those companies to reach those agreements that will help them to bring and deploy their projects. Some of the strategic partnerships we've been developing all over Europe involves the energy big players such as Repsol, Total, Shell, Iberdrola, obviously, Enagas, TCO. I'm very pleased to learn from your European backbone, the part that it will cross basically Estonia down to Germany. This is terrific, and indeed that's the way. And I'm very pleased to see, well, to hear the ratio of entrepreneurship and unicorns, because you have, to me, obviously, and not just me saying so, Copenhagen Investment Fund, one of the largest funds in Europe, was saying that particularly, obviously, Iberia, Spain, and the Nordic countries and the Baltic are the perfect hubs to produce competitive hydrogen. So definitely, for what I've seen and what I can tell about the potential prices of hydrogen production in Estonia, definitely Estonia could be a gateway for investments and for projects in the whole European Union. And you have to stand for it. You have to stand for it because you can do it. Basically, I've been honored to be invited myself to chair the European Innovation Council program for the deep tech, the top of the top deep tech in Europe. So it's called European Innovation Council Scaling Program. And I've been very pleased to meet already some of the companies that are part of this program and are indeed from Estonia, such as Stargate, such as PowerUp, such as, I mean, we have Elcogen also. So you have already flagship projects and companies at the forefront in Europe. And definitely you could have much more because you have everything to impulse and to have this acceleration rate of projects in the market. Well, other way to basically help entrepreneurs, and once the public vision is there, is to basically gather the companies with the investors. So we've been also co-organizing with Texture Europe, which is obviously behind it is Hydrogen Europe, investment summits. The last one was in Spain, a European Giga-Scale Production and Storage Hydrogen Investment Summit was held last April, where the top of startups in Europe, PowerUp was there, Elcogen was there. Indeed, I'm very proud of indeed what I can see. There, they could meet investors and continue raising their funds to deploy their projects. So what I've seen a way to, I would recommend to accelerate Estonia's innovation, continue accelerating the visibility of the country and particularly the regions, is to indeed, through investment attraction, have more projects in the market, but also be part of the already organizations that are in Europe that you could benefit from very much, such as European Hydrogen Valleys S3 Partnership. So this is basically an initiative that is obviously backed up by the European Commission. It was created in 2018, supported with funds from the European Commission, and where Estonia is not part yet. So I would recommend the regions, Tartu, please look at it because there's over 72 regions already involved. And I would really recommend you being a leading company. So greed is good, greed in what we have to see as a positive thing, and definitely the greed of leadership, you have all the toppings to be there. So Tartu, for instance, being part of the European Hydrogen Valleys S3 Partnership and being keen to lead one of the working groups, even we are now in the process of getting a rotational sort of leadership system where indeed, this is the current map. Basically, there are 4 leading regions at the moment: Northern Netherlands, Rhône-Alpes in France, Aragon in Spain, and also Normandy. So we've been advised, or we have advised basically the European Commission and Clean Hydrogen Partnership and indeed the European Hydrogen Valleys themselves of the need to do a rotatory system where every region in Europe could have the opportunity to lead and to put their companies at the forefront and to be seen much more. So I would definitely encourage to look into this because it would bring a lot of visibility and indeed investment attraction to the country. Well, let's look to the EU policy and how are we doing. So we have a target basically of 40 gigawatt to be deployed by 2030. So it's quite challenging. And I would like to share with you some of the milestones. Yesterday, I read about the project being funded by here with 20 million public funding. This is a truly milestone for the European community, hydrogen community, but also in Spain, we just been recently, last week, Repsol, the major energy company, have moved forward with a FID, with a final investment decision, and it's going to deploy 100 megawatts in Cartagena port in Murcia, in my region, in fact. And we were discussing about connecting perhaps with Metroset, we were discussing perhaps connecting a port in Estonia with Port of Cartagena to really build on these projects, because you have concrete projects going on. We have also, obviously in Spain, very much concrete projects, and we definitely could work this out. So we mentioned the European Innovation Council, how important it is. There is a lot of WAVE. I was last week in Brussels, being invited in the Innovation Days, basically with the European Commission, and officials from the European Commission were sharing the vision of, and we were basically supporting the need to put much more funding into startups and companies. So we need to have much more public funding into projects, into SMEs and startups. And again, it's not because of the money at the end of what companies can get, which is important, it's what is behind it. So having a European project backed up, members or Estonian government backing up a project, or even regional government, makes a big difference in projects. So that's the lines of the European Commission: continue funding startups and obviously scaling prototypes and helping the scale up. And then the hydrogen valleys. So well done. I've seen the terrific, I've seen the terrific plans. Your TCO is going to deploy the infrastructure. There is obviously a connection with Germany, which is critical. And indeed, you have all what it needed to produce very competitive hydrogen. I think we are very privileged, Spain and yourselves, because we can produce very competitive hydrogen and most of the European countries cannot. So this is something that the country needs to leverage and to really squeeze it as an economic and self-reliant opportunity for the industry, but also even to export if it's not consumed locally. So again, critical to accelerate private and public investments, and the Nordic-Baltic H2 corridor is perfect for that, to be honest. And very pleased again to see the Baltic Hydrogen Group receiving the 20 million to build and scale green hydrogen and ammonia production with their plant. So again, drivers, we need to focus on the critical drivers of innovation, which is a solid integration of national plans with the European hydrogen strategy. I was last week in Brussels, as I shared with you, and I was really surprised because the CFO of Hy24, which is the largest investment fund funding projects in the hydrogen scope in Europe, he was saying, okay, this is really nonsense. We've seen the European Commission with the vision, and then we just seen the French government turning to another side and saying now that mobility is no longer a priority, and we have very large projects that have taken FID, investment decision taken, and now they cannot continue because there is a sort of shift in political views in terms of mobility for hydrogen. So these sort of things do not help investors because obviously risk is very averse to uncertainty. So public policy has to be consistent and indeed aligned with the European Commission vision, obviously transposing as fast as possible the European Commission's visions, because it helps investors and it helps the country to position itself as a leader in terms of developing projects and attracting investments to the country. Fiscal incentives, of course, tax, corporate tax, everything that could contribute to alleviate and basically promote projects, it's very much rewarded positively for investors in order to invest in a project or to be part or to develop a project. And at the end of the day, what we want to have, obviously, security, self-energy security, to have a competitive energy mix, decarbonized energy mix, not dependent on fossil fuels, and indeed to reduce the investor risk and position, in this case, the country as at the forefront in Europe. So basically, to summarize, obviously the European Innovation Council experience supporting startups, you are doing it very well. So well done, to be honest, to the country. You have really big players already there, and I'm certain that there will be much more coming from Estonia. And okay, again, the key factors to scale up early stage financing. I spoke to the leaders of the projects here. Some of them were saying, yeah, we have a gap because we got the 20 million funding, but the CapEx is 178 million. So how are we going to get there? So that's the point, to continue public support working with investors, and indeed to think wider and be more wild and even greed in order to attract investments, foreign investors, I mean. And then basically the context, I think, again, Estonia has a very much dependence on importing fuels like many other countries in Europe, and there is a real opportunity because of the wind that you have and the competitiveness in your price of producing hydrogen. So this is a real line of economic viability for the country, and really to make the best of alliances with the European Commission's visions, and indeed to help this sort of self-reliance vision. Basically, just to conclude, obviously you have great projects, and the mayor was mentioning indeed some of them, the hydrogen buses in Tartu that I was very much impressed with compared to even the ones in Paris deployed. So this is really a milestone also. So you've been doing quite a lot of things already. So therefore it makes all the sense that Estonia will continue building on that. And you have an R&D excellence with the professor here that is worldwide recognized, so this is clear. And the international dimension, you are part of the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Valley, so squeeze it. You can really be the gateway to attract much more investments into it. And why, again, why Estonia is an attractive investment destination? You offer all what a place could be for being attractive for investor. So a low risk entry point, basically this is very important. Potential scalability to other European countries. So from here they could invest and scale up in other European countries. and a very much compelling advantage in terms of being aligned with the European vision, but also for the competitiveness of the prices. And indeed, strategic geography, you could be really the gateway to Nordic and Baltic hydrogen markets, but beyond that even, to non-European companies investing in Estonia and going from Estonia to the rest of Europe with all your knowledge, expertise, and even with working with local companies. Indeed, again, the public sector, how important it is. Government support is everything. Obviously, national specific schemes for investors and project development will continue helping and accelerating this sort of vision. Well, obviously, the obvious potential of Estonia to attract foreign direct investment, this is critical. Gateway of Europe, definitely this is doable. And obviously, the skilled workforce that is here and the energy potential in terms of wind, biomass, even solar in summer. So this would be very attractive. And mission innovation. I think this is an exceptional tool for the country. So this is a European initiative. Basically, it's a global initiative with some European countries being part of it. So Estonia could be part of it. So I would encourage you to be part of it because you could showcase your projects all over the world. So there has been a recent mission to Japan where even obviously at public level, you can meet the highest decision makers in Japan. Obviously, companies from Estonia could meet investors in Japan. You could showcase your hydrogen valley, how much investments are needed, how to attract those investments to Estonia and co-invest in local projects, in the one from Valentin, for instance. So this is a great platform for the country, and you are not there yet. So I would really encourage you to look into this and squeeze the opportunities. You could showcase Estonia all over the world. And Netherlands, for instance, just September 2025, to give you an example, they have joined the carbon dioxide removal mission, and basically they are looking forward to showcasing their capacities and exploring potential cooperation with obviously other member states, but what is more important, with non-European countries. And just to conclude, to give you just a flavor, we were honored to be part of the mission that accompanied the King Felipe VI, basically of Spain, Her Majesty, to Denmark. And we are indeed a very international and reputed firm at the forefront, and we were also part of the World Economic Forum, last one in Davos 2025, and I was myself honored to be moderating the first roundtable regarding energy transition, including natural hydrogen and the role of natural hydrogen in basically the European energy transition. So again, well done. I'm very impressed for what I see, and I'm very pleased to be part of it now with you, and I will definitely be pleased to continue working with the companies that are here, the expertise, the know-how, and indeed MetroSer. That again, thank you for the kind invitation, and I feel home. So looking forward to seeing the rest of the presentations and indeed sharing insights and knowledge with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was a really interesting presentation. And now it's time for a couple of questions, if you don't mind. We also have a Slido. So if you have a phone with you and don't wish to use the microphone, then feel free to use this link. And while I'm going to the first question already.
Thank you, Carmen. My name is Imre Treufeld with Remed Technologies. So you mentioned that the French government is kind of steering away from hydrogen mobility. So I understand that they're looking at using hydrogen more in heavy-duty vehicles, heavy-duty transportation, rather than just regular automobiles for consumers. And the reason is that they think that the battery-operated automobiles will be more competitive than hydrogen-operated automobiles. So what is your view on this?
Yeah, very good question. Not ideal. not ideal, because at the end of the day, the European Commission has a sort of guidance and a strategy, and mobility is really part of it as strongly. So obviously now there is I agree with you, there is a shift towards market drivers. The important to have the market drivers at the forefront, demanding hydrogen, which are green steel, obviously the fertilizer companies, the refineries, and indeed the new kid on the block, which is data centers with new technologies, that hybrids, perhaps with hydrogen, that could really bring this new era of data centers, much more competitive and so forth, and indeed sustainable with reducing price of energy, indeed. So the ideal would be to stick to what is there and perhaps favorize more, support more a specific sector, hard to abate, and the market drivers that definitely are very, very important, but not shifting. So I would say the ideally is keeping the strategy, which is aligned in the whole European Commission and member states, and perhaps in particular member states will supporting perhaps more the hard to abate or the market drivers, because they are the ones that can have the volumes that we need. So they have high demands. And therefore, that's why they are so important, that they will continue growing and demanding hydrogen for the hydrogen projects to kick off and secure the offtake and so forth. So that's the...
Right, I understand, but like, do you think that the hydrogen-based automobiles for consumers will be competitive as compared to battery-operated automobiles? Because
Absolutely.
the understanding has been so far that they will not be as good. So what is your understanding?
Well, this is a very political question.
It's a financial question. It's an economic question.
To me, it's at the end, it's a political. So there has been a transition. There is a clear transition towards hydrogen. No doubt that a BMW will release their model at the scale in 2028. They have announced it. The model has been this year again in the Hydrogen Week, very recent, like last week, basically. So hydrogen is going to be there. So even China is shifting, has shifted this year towards cars, hydrogen cars. So there has been a transition, we are in the middle of a transition from traditional fuel cars towards hydrogen, so passing by the electric vehicles. So the long run is hydrogen. So the electric vehicles are here, and companies, automotive, the OEMs have invested heavily in electric vehicles factories. So we cannot just shift from one day to another, because investment capacity is limited. And obviously there is a need of transition in terms of assimilating all those investments, delivering the cars and moving forward. And I think we are in the middle of that, basically. So France is one of the largest OEM producers, car producers in Europe, together with Germany and Spain. I think at the moment they are the second behind Germany, and followed by Spain. We are very close, in fact. So it's in terms of policy, they have to support the electric vehicle, because they are, as I said, the second car manufacturer in Europe in terms of electric vehicles. So they need to support their sector. Nevertheless, there is a clear vision that hydrogen cars are taking off, and indeed we will have the commercial models in 28 with BMW, among others. So it's coming, but as I said, there is a transition needed, because there is a lot of investments in place, and there is a strong lobby from the automotive sector too, to sort of give them an easy path to assimilate and deliver the electric vehicles, but also to start deploying in the coming years the hydrogen cars.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I think we have time for one more. Anything online? No. I have one quick question then myself. Do you see the natural hydrogen or geological hydrogen as part of a transitional hydrogen, or is it a long-term plan to use it as well?
Very good question. Long-term. We are early stage yet. So indeed understanding, so we have to differentiate. One thing is understanding how it is generated, which is still scientifically early stages, because there are several forms of methanization, radiology. So depending on the geological area, it's formed in a different way or generated in a different way. So it's the scientific world's community is trying to sort of learn from it and understand more and where it's trapped and so forth. From an investor point of view, the investors are there We have Bill Gates with Breakthrough investing in Coloma. Mitsubishi has invested also in Hyterra recently. So we see the shift from investors with appetite, and they are familiar with the oil and gas sector, mining sector, investing in projects where the regulation is. So that's my key point, my key message. That's why it's so important that in Europe we deliver and we developed a regulation for natural hydrogen exploration, because the investor appetite is there. So CapEx 900 million, so it's quite substantial. So you cannot invest 900 million in something that you don't sure if you will get the permits or if you will get stuck with the money there for good. So indeed, it's long term, and as I said, there are countries already really moving fast, such as Australia, such as the States, even Colombia. Even I was in Colombia in September, invited by the ministry too. They are going to release the first public tender for companies to ask for permits and rights and secure areas in order to explore natural hydrogen. So Uruguay, the same. So you see this sort of more countries with more history in oil and gas, they have really moved fast. In Europe, we do not have this, obviously, for obvious reasons. We've imported, we are obviously importers, so we are working on it, but we really need to speed up, because the opportunity is there, the investments are there, and we have projects. I mean, we have projects in Spain with Helios, we have projects in France with 25/8. So we have projects in many countries, in Germany, so the investment appetite is there. We just have to put the regulation in place in those member states that are not. And definitely the vision is long-term. So just to conclude, Jeffrey Ellis, he's one of the well-known experts and working for the Department of Energy in the United States. He was the one testifying in the Senate regarding the potential of natural hydrogen for the country itself. And he mentioned that just with the 2% of what we could actually bring at commercial scale, of the 2% of what is estimated to be the potential of natural hydrogen worldwide, we will power, I mean, it will be powering the world for over 1,000 years. So it's massive, the potential. So that's it. We really have to look into this, as other countries are doing it. So, I mean, that's the way. So we cannot fall behind, basically. If we have the resources, we need to bring them with investors and with the public, obviously government, at commercial phase. Because again, it could mean to have hydrogen cost €1 per kilo. So this could be really attractive to accelerate the demand, the offtake, and to really bring it at an industrial level and mobility and so forth. So it will bring a new scope to the hydrogen arena. So complementing renewable hydrogen. So it's here to complement and to be added to the energy mix.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's thank Carmen once again. I know we have a small gift for you as well. So I know our Professor Enlust has some secrets. He might know where natural hydrogen is in Estonia as well. But in case we don't, our next speaker, CEO of Clean Industrial Solutions, Tor Arne Pedersen, is going to talk to us about producing our own hydrogen. The floor is yours, and let's give him a warm welcome as well.
It's working. That's good. I think I will turn on this one. Thank you very much. Everything is fine? You're ready? That's very good. Yes, I am actually representing a Clean Industrial Solution Holding, which has recently, last week, changed name to North Europe Energy Group. So things happenings at least. Things are changing. I will tell a little bit about myself and our company, and then go straight to the topics of today's speech. As I said, my name is Tor Arne Pedersen. I'm Norwegian. I'm born in the very, very northeast of Norway. It's actually east of St. Petersburg. And it's very north. And the temperature is fine. It's around 0 all the time, so that's good. Then you know it's a decent temperature. I grew up with one tree. It's one tree in the town, and it's approximately 5 meters high. And when we arrived from Tallinn this morning, I was thinking, oh, there's a lot of trees here, so I start counting. But I admit that there's too many to count, so and that's also the reason for us to be a little bit late. So I have to apologize to the mayor of Tartu that we are a little bit late, so sorry for that. My background is engineering. I have a good business school as well. And I have spent more than 20 years for developing, for construction, and for operation of wind power, hydropower, hydrogen as well, actually. And I've been in the branch more or less my entire life. And now I think I should do that. Yes, perfect. This is the Northern European Energy Group. There is 2 bones. One is what we call the previous clean energy solution. And we also have a Baltic general power company. What we do, we are developing large-scale green industry projects, mainly hydrogen. We have our main strategy is to develop sustainable industrial projects with hydrogen as a core. It could be hydrogen derivatives as well. But what is even more important for us is to use the available resources we not only use, but create in a valuable way, which means electrolysis of water into hydrogen is also producing byproducts as heat and oxygen. And that's quite important to have in mind. We are a team with approximately 15 people. We are located with the main office in Oslo. We have office in Riga, in Liepāja. We also have a couple of persons working for us in Finland. But most of all, there is at least 3 guys in Estonia that we are working together with. So we are in position to establish activities in Estonia as well. And that's, of course, quite exciting. As Carmen Font said, there is a lot of opportunity in Estonia that you should use. So, strategic hydrogen investment for enhancing energy security in the Nordic and Baltics. Target and planned investment in production, storage, distribution, and use of green hydrogen is one part of this when you break it down. With the purpose of increasing energy supply, ensuring a stable, independent, and sustainable energy supply. We have discovered, at least the last years, that somebody is actually using their position when it comes to energy to political, call it a weapon. And that's actually not good. So it's also about a geopolitical issue. What I'm quite satisfied with, and will really thank those who have taken this initiative, this development of cross-border hydrogen infrastructure in the Northern Europe represent what can I say, far more than technology advance. It's a breakthrough activities which actually binding the European Union and the Baltics and Finland together and Sweden in a hydrogen backbone. This is extremely important. They are doing an extremely important job, and they should, of course, continue to do this important job. So I will really look forward to listen to Ellering when they have this presentation of the project later today. Really, really, really good. As I said, we have seen this both electricity supply and gas supply from the neighboring east. I have been 20, 30 times in Russia. I will not go there back. And the strategy has been during the last 20, 30 years actually to make Europe dependent on Russian electricity and gas. And that's, so far as I know, a really bad solution. So we have to stand together and to solve our challenges within the European Union. Norway is actually not a member of the European Union. That's crazy, actually. We should be. But anyway, there should be. This is our flagship project, CIS Liepāja in Latvia. This is, of course, just an illustration, the first illustration we made. The project will never be like this, of course. But in any case, we are now working further to develop. And we have great ambitions to develop not only a project in Liepāja, because this is actually not a project, it's also extremely important infrastructure. And it's extremely important for the local society. It creates jobs, it creates a lot of good things. Some figures about the project. We have a capacity from the grid owner, AST, of 1,000 megawatt in the port of Liepāja. We plan to build the first phase of the project with 150 megawatt. Hopefully we have learned a lot during this process. As I said, I have been a part of a small hydrogen project in the very north of Norway, where we have produced hydrogen purely based on wind power. So we have some experience how this works, and that I think will be quite useful to have in this case as well. The project will produce approximately 100,000 tons of green hydrogen on an annual basis. We have a lot of space available in the harbor, and there is a really, really strong local and national support for the project. The Latvian government, the municipality of Liepāja, they really want this to happen. And I think that's also quite important for those who you are politicians support the project that are in the pipeline. That's the best thing you can do. Another thing that we are doing with the project is the power supply and the production strategy. For the first phase, we will have more or less a base load supply from the grid. Then we also know that the grid generally in the Baltic, or the energy consumption in the Baltic is quite low. It's not very much energy consumption. In Latvia, it's less than 7 terawatt hours. In Norway, we have more than 140 terawatt hours consumption. So the market is small. So if you add 100 or 200 megawatt with solar or wind power, it will definitely affect the price picture and the volatility of the market. So therefore, we have in the second phase a plan to buy power paid as produced. Combination of wind power, several wind power projects, several solar power projects, and the market, we are targeting to have 60% utilization of the electrolyzers. To manage this, we need help. If there is anybody in this room that have the capacity or knowledge how to use AI to control this, it will be quite useful. I think in the future, this needs to be done in this way. Otherwise, the grid grid will collapse because you need electricity is like that. You need to consume it when you produce it in the same moment. So what we are doing is our objectives is our goals is to achieve a maximum production efficiency and cost optimization. And of course, this will also reducing the balancing cost for the grid owner. So this is something we should take care of and consider quite heavily. Another thing which is more for the society, which I will come back to, is that for our business, hydrogen is the core. Green hydrogen can give us e-fuel, it could give green steel, it could give at least greener cement, and for the transport sector, it's a quite interesting source of energy. There, in the previous discussion, there was some discussion about whether it should be hydrogen or electric cars. It will be what's happened. We don't actually know at the moment. So I'm driving an electric car. I understand that I have to switch over to hydrogen car soon. So maybe I will do that. I will consider that in any case. But what is extremely important is to utilize oxygen and heat for example, district heating, for local industry, to increasing the value of the project. Because if you're able to increase the value of the project, you're also able to reduce the cost or the price of hydrogen. And nothing is better that you are actually using the energy at least twice. That should be obviously thinking from the European Union administration as well. You should not put a huge data center in the forest. 90% of the energy in a data center is heat, more than 90%, and just leave it in the air. That's a bad idea. Utilize the energy, the resources to a maximum. That should be the best thing to handle this. We are also, of course, interesting, not only, as I said, to build a hydrogen plant. We are thinking about local value. We are thinking about jobs. We are thinking about more or less everything that is surrounding this plant. And therefore, we have also engaged us together with Liepāja Liepāja Special Economic Zone to establish what we call Liepāja Sustainable Industrial Hub. Liepāja Sustainable Industrial Hub has a goal to become a heavyweighter in the Baltics when it comes to green energy and the green transition. We are trying to create synergies between different businesses. There are more than 40 participators in this Liepāja Sustainable Industry Hub. And we also have the smartest brain from the Riga Technical University together with us to try to find out, to figure out, to develop a good solution around such a huge energy plant. 1,000 megawatt is an enormous amount of energy put. It's I don't think people understand. It's for most people it's a number. For me, who has worked in the energy branch for more than 20 years, it's enormous. You should not touch it, at least. In that case, you are finished. The total investment, the next 10 years in Liepāja Special Economic Zone is calculated to be whopping 4 billion euros. That creates a lot of activities, and that's quite really good for the local market, for the municipality, for people living there. It's huge. So what about Estonia? I heard a lot of good words from Carmen, and I totally agree. Estonia has a huge potential for green energy, green hydrogen, hydrogen derivatives. I just took a check on the statistics for Estonia. You are actually, what can I say, harvesting 175 terawatt hours with solid wood every year. And the energy consumption here is around 12, I think. Electricity, is that correct? 8, okay. I was a little bit optimistic on behalf of you, that's good. And you have 16 terawatt hours with chips. If you take 10 million cubic meter of wood chips or wood and mix it in a 50-50 mix with hydrogen and CO2, you can get 600,000 tons of SAF of that. Of course, depending on the energy value of the wood, of course. But anyway, what we are planning in Liepāja is to supply hydrogen to a SAF producer, which will produce 100,000. So there is a huge potential. Ladies and gentlemen, you should use that because it will create values. It will create independency. And for me, I had never in my life seen so many trees on a short trip from Tallinn to Tartu. I'm sure I will be back because I've heard about this very, very famous spring festival for students in Tartu. I will be back, I say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a really interesting talk and good initiative to use wood better. Do we have any questions? Yes, okay. I'm going to go there first and then. That's it. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I was curious about this Liepāja project of like on what stage is it in, like in regards to, let's say, like FIDs, or that you said the investments in 5 billion, or like how much of it is?
Yes, we are now in the stage where we are entering into agreements with, it's of course not 100% binding agreements with energy supply. We will sign an agreement by end of October for electricity supply. We have a MOU with the off-taker for the phase 1, which means that phase 1 will be a totally local supply of hydrogen to a local consumer. And based on this, we will start the feed activities during this autumn. And we have planning to do the principal FID most likely by beginning of 2027, which means that the project will be finished by 2030. 2030 is a magic number in the European Union. I heard somebody told me.
Hey, so I'm going to have to maybe dampen some of the enthusiasm about the sustainable aviation fuel and using biomaterials for producing it. So I've heard from credible sources that the European Union is not going to consider biomass or forests as renewable anymore pretty soon, which is probably understandable. There's a lot of greenwashing and stuff happening. So I would try to veer away from using that kind of material in our future projects. Thanks.
Yes, that's partly correct because the solid wood should be used for construction, for example. But it will be quite stupid not to use the residuals for some smart things, which could be fuel. So what I think is the correct way to do is, of course, to use residuals from wood industry to energy purposes. Other which there is, what should you else do with it? I think that's and even in Estonia you have 16 terawatt hours with the residuals, and that should be utilized. The alternative is, of course, what you do today. You send it to Denmark and Germany and other places. But if you can create values, added values within your country, then it's fine, I think. But within the European Union, you cannot sell solid wood or taking the core of the tree and use it for pellets. Then you're actually breaking this principle.
I think you can continue the discussion later on.
Hello, Thor. I'm Aniket from Stargate Hydrogen. Very impressive presentation and very nice project. I have a very simple question. On your first slide, you showed a big stack which was there at the background. Can you tell what is the background of that stack?
The stack is we have borrowed the picture from a company named Hydrogen Pro. It's alkaline, and we consider that as a possible solution but of course this is actually depending on competition. We want the electrolysis producers, manufacturers to compete, and of course you are welcome to compete.
Right. One last question, and then we're going to continue.
Well, just adding on the gentleman about the biomass, I mean, I think we don't have to forget waste, organic waste, that at the moment is sort of considered biomass and indeed has been supported by the European Commission in several projects with several deep tech, in fact, some of them even in the European Innovation Council. So the RED 3 is there, and well, we shall see, but definitely organic waste, it would be part of the sort of biomass that will be considered renewable. That's the vision that so far it's there. So we shall see, but at the end of the day, we need any hydrogen. So it would be quite unlogical to lock doors that could bring more hydrogen to the market with certain raw material, no, that could be renewable and sustainable. So that's to add on the gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you for a clarification. That was good. You saved me.
All right. Thank you again once more. And here's a little gift for you as well. And let's thank Thor once more. And now we're heading online, where we have the Chief Scientific Officer of PowerUp, Kush Shadha, to talk about hydrogen fuel cells for the space industry and also defense.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope there is no echo anymore.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I will just share the screen. Checking out, we're done on my video. First of all, thank you for Metroserve for organizing the Hydrogen Days in Tartu once again, and me presenting it online. I have been living in Estonia for more than 5 years now. I try it every day, and he's on a path to learn more the Estonian language. And I'm working in PowerUp, myself, Dr. Kush Shadha, from the last 5 years now, working and development for the fuel cell, for space application, and for the military application. When I came over here 5 years before, there were very less companies working with batteries and hydrogen. Alcogen was one, then definitely Skeleton was the second, and other research institutes such as Caltech and Tartu University, great institutions for the research for hydrogen, have been already there. But in the past 5 years, it has came great forward that there are many companies which have grown. not only for the hydrogen production, but for the fuel cell, not only in the PEM, but solid oxide and other fuel cell sectors. Stargate is also one of the company which has gone great forward, also solving to a great amount the issue of the hydrogen, which can now be delivered easily. And we hope that Estonia is currently a digital nation. I think the best digital nation, because I have lived in several countries abroad, but the digital literacy in Estonia is not comparable to any country in the world. And I also hope to see that Estonia will also be a green hydrogen nation in the coming years or in the coming days. I will start with my presentation, and my main focus, as I understood, is for the fuel cells and critical infrastructure defense, ensuring robust and secure energy supplies. Being powerless nowadays is not an option, because again, electricity is now an indispensable element in modern military operations. Whether it's powering of drone, or it's powering of the underwater cables, or powering of underwater cables, optical cables, you need electricity everywhere. Electrically powered systems are fundamental to both defensive and offensive capabilities. They are crucial systems to support advanced communication, networks, surveillance systems, and weaponry. At Power Up, we are more focused to help the military operation for medical appliances, surveillance system, communication network. I will enter inside the military technology in a meanwhile, but I will also add something about the space technology that Power Up is working from the last 5 years. When I first joined Power Up in year 2020, Eva just asked me, hey, shall we do the project with European Space Agency? It depends upon the technology, because ESA always comes with higher technology, with more framework, with more constraints. And since then, we have backed 3 projects, and the next 2 projects with the primes are in the process of the conversion. The development has been focused on the development for the stack for the Moon and Mars mission. Power Up develops fuel cell stack. Power Up develops membrane electrode assembly. And the final product of Power Up is an electric generator. Currently, we are working on air-cooled. In future, probably in a year, we will be releasing our new water-cooled generator. The defense sector is inspired by the space sector, because most of the technology, most of the constraints, most of the requirements for space, for example, acoustic vibration, random vibration, are equivalent to what required in the defense sector. Not exactly equivalent, but more or less it's required. We at Power Up Technologies, we developed the stack, which is 50% less than the reference stack. Our stacks are 2.4 times higher power to weight ratio and 3.7 times more efficient in terms of volume. And it is not just the size that we are talking about or efficiency. A lot more depends upon how the stack is able to sustain the vibrations, the acoustic signatures, the effect of the heat signatures in the process. How can the fuel cell technology be used in the space sector? And then coming back in the later slides, how the similar technology can be used to bring into the defense sector. So the very first use case, which we understood from ESA, is to develop a fuel cell stack with a system that can be used on the Moon and Mars mission. There is an Argonaut mission, which is to be started in 2032, where a lunar station is created on the Moon, which will use first battery plus hydrogen solution. Now on the Moon surface, there are 14 days which are in dark and 14 days which are in light. So like more work and more sleep. The temperatures can be at the extreme. Now when the rover, the rover, for example, which is moving on the Moon surface, is in the sunlight or in the 14 days where the light is there, solar panels and battery are more than enough to charge the rover and help to do its own work, whatever is done. But the problem comes when you are in the dark side of the moon, or when you are in the lunar night. At that point, if there is no other power source, and the rover enters into hibernate mode, and most of the time the rover never wakes up. And it is for this reason that when you couple the same rover with a hydrogen fuel cell, you can prolong the lifetime of the mission. You can explore the dark areas of the moon, which still is a hidden mystery, and can bring more intelligence to the Earth. And also people ask me, okay, where the fuel cell stack plus hydrogen will be installed. So this small videos I've downloaded from the internet for demonstration purposes to explain about the landing, that how the stack will be installed, how the hydrogen bottle will be installed, how the system will be developed, and what are the different kind of landing take place. The first video that you see over here is called as hard landing, where the instrument that you put inside this balloon is made a hard landing, meaning that it is thrown for several kilometers distance, and then it comes to stop, and the rover opens up, and the rover has a fuel cell stack and the hydrogen system installed in it with the other instruments. On the other side, the second one is called as soft landing, which is very difficult to attain, and only 3 countries have attained so far, where the rovers open directly, putting on the ground. But if there is a problem or an error, even in 1 degree of freedom, the entire mission collapses. And this is where is the hydrogen, or the stack with the hydrogen will be stored. So far, in my knowledge, there is no company who has done so far, or no country, I would say, who has done so far, but there are quite missions which are coming forward for it. We have been working with the European Space Agency for like 5 years now, and one of our mission is to develop the fuel cell stack which can sustain 5 lunar nights in the rover vehicle, plus a lifetime test of 5,000 hours. The stack that we have developed for the European Space Agency and similar technology we are now bringing to the defense sector has patented bipolar plates designed specifically for the low RH application. So in the areas for the military, or in the areas of the space sector where the need for humidification is required, this stack resolves the thing, and you don't need humidification to make the stack working, even for the low output power. Specialized plates are developed in order to have higher efficiency for the stack of the systems. And the plate that we develop for these bipolar plates are ultra thin, even less than 0.1 mm. PowerUp and ESA have also collaborated for testing of this stack. We have passed approximately 1,000 hour repeatability for 2 tests. And we have also passed several tests for random vibration, sinusoidal vibration up to 22.5 G. The second project that we work with ESA is to develop nano-coated catalyst for the hydrogen fuel cell membranes. So apart from fuel cell stack, we also have project to develop the MEA specialized for the hydrogen fuel cells, which we are also taking into account for our next fuel cell development for the defense application. This project is started approximately, I think, 1.5 years before, and will be ended like by the end of this year. And the last project that we are working on is developing an advanced hydrogen and oxygen recirculation system to enhance the power of the fuel cell stack scalable, where again the hydrogen consumption can be way lower if you use this recirculation system. It is not only beneficial for the defense sector, but the same thing is also beneficial for the space sector. And we try to bring the technology from both the sectors to this area. Now, coming back to defense and security, our system, the system that you see over here in the car with the hydrogen bottle, are tested by the NATO Energy Security Center of Excellence and highly recommended grades. They are still using it that protects. It's also been tested by the French army, and we have other armies which are now taking it to test it because of its different use cases that can be used, like lower heat signature. Of course, we need hydrogen for it, but lower heat signature, lower noise are the two main things which make it super useful. The different system deployed for ground combat, mobile equipment, electrification of off-grid military infrastructure. Power-up generators serve as a main source, backup power, and battery capacitor extender. We also deploy our generators for the military use cases where medical is one of the main use cases, where you cannot use a diesel generator with the existing military cams probably or other sources. The technology is light, and when we have our in-house stack installed, it will be even lighter, quieter, and with an efficient power generators. Now, fuel cell using hydrogen are actually quieter. It's not that we have done some innovation for it, but it's actually quieter. But we do employ specific design for the stacks, which require less power through the fan to make it work. Again, the video that you see over here is basically the heat signature. Now, right over here is a diesel generator, and on this figure on the left hand side is a power up hydrogen fuel cell electric generator. Now, when both of these things are working simultaneously, an infrared camera can easily detect the heat signature from this generator. But if I consider a fuel cell generator, the heat signatures cannot be identified. Also, the optimal temperature of the fuel cell is approximately 45 degrees Celsius, between 45 to 55. And the normal human body temperature is like around 40 degrees Celsius. So that also provides a competitive advantage in making the generators work properly. Again, one of the main point of using hydrogen fuel cell generator in the military sector is no noise. Because if I understand, the noise from a diesel generator can be up to 95 to 100 decibels or even higher. Plus, they do require maintenance. If we talk about a hydrogen fuel cell generator, then the maintenance is very, very less. Normally, the military forces to whom we give the generators, they just need to change the filter every once in a year, depends upon the usage, and pretty much that's it. And once in 2 years, a hydrogen sensor, nothing else. All the generators that we have deployed over there are tested for stealth. They are rocked with low maintenance. They are safe. The military forces have been using it from a quite long time now. And in future, we are also going with vibration testing or sinusoidal testing up to 30 G to survive in the military environment. Again, these are some of the quotes from the soldiers to whom we have given the generators that compared to a diesel generator, you're able to sleep next to a generator. The loudest things here are the mosquitoes. And of course, Estonian mosquitoes are louder. I mean, that's a different thing, but there's what the comments that got from the people. For the military forces, for the military camps, we provide a smaller, so we start from 50-watt application, which is basically used in the tactile front, meaning where the army have to carry batteries for 3 days and there is no charging port, and that's a tactile front. We supply a 50-watt fuel cell generator there, which can be carried on the backpack. Then we have an up 400 where the power is something around 400 watt. It weighs around 16 kg. Then we have an up 1K, which weighs around 25 kg and can supply an output power of 1 kilowatt. The up 400 can also be backpacked on the soldier's backpack, which has been used by the forces. And the big one we have is an up 3K, which comes in a traillerized version with a battery, with a DC-AC converter, and with a rack solution. This can also be used for the telecom sector, which are deployed in the military sites. Talking about R400 portable hydrogen fuel cell generator is the first step in energy independence. It's silent, it's off-grid energy for drone charging. There is also a possible use case of charging your drones with these generators and keeping the technical equipment operational anytime. These are some of the specification. I can share it later. Again, they are water and corrosion resistance, lightweight and compact, minimal maintenance, shockproof, silent and odorless, no foul smells from the diesel generator. Again, our aim is not to replace all the diesel generators in the military field by the hydrogen generator, but somewhere where there is a need for a cleaner fuel, for example, military camps or other areas where heat signature is a big problem, then hydrogen generators are of a big use. Again, this slide is more about the bigger generator of 1 kV, which can also be connected to the other power supplies. Up 3 kV, again with the same definition, how it can be used. And it's also used for the field hospitals and critical surveillance centers for monitoring the critical areas around the borders. Again, the generators that we develop are for dual purpose. They can be used for the search and rescue missions. A lot of our generators up 3 kV, up 1 kV are being deployed for the telecom. So Tele2, Telia are the few companies where the generator is already deployed, and there are many more. Then they can be also used for landscape surveying. We also have a small fuel cell stack that can be deployed on the small drones for the surveying areas or for the search and rescue mission. Off-grid medical is one of the use the hydrogen fuel cell generators can be used, because again, in an off-grid medical area, better to avoid the noise pollution, the sound pollution, and it can also be used for the shelters. And similarly, it's used for reconnaissance, for the communication in the military field. It's been used in the UAS and for the UAV devices. We're also now closing an ongoing project collaboration for the underwater operation. It's been also deployed at the field hospitals in Estonia, I think in many areas, and mostly in the military camps. Also in the warmer climate and also in the colder climates. One of the newest work that we have now completed with the partner company is developing a hydrogen production and refilling system on wheels. So far as my knowledge, this is already done, this is already developed. And this is a trailerized solution which can produce hydrogen up to 300 grams per hour, up to 450 bar. We are now working with the companies to have more hydrogen facilities, more hydrogen capacity facilities. But it is suitable to deploy in order to refill the hydrogen bottles for the soldiers who are carrying the backpack with the hydrogen generators. And it can, for the initial stages, can produce up to 320 grams of hydrogen per hour. Probably in the tactile mission, this can be of much use. In the military application, much use. In the military camps operation, it can be also another use for these generators. Again, this is a runtime of various generators with the hydrogen bottles. So the hydrogen distribution network is also quite good in Estonia, and hydrogen from different sources can be supplied within a time frame of 7 hours for any critical infrastructure area by using these generators. Again, talking about the resilient energy system, in the military application, it's possible to deploy an electrolyzer, and there are already ongoing projects of deploying electrolyzer, hydrogen storage, battery, PV modules, wind turbine, are other one of them in these areas to make or work for a completely off-grid hydrogen. Of course, it's not like 100% of how do we say that it's like can be deployed immediately, but these things are already in process. Again, PV modules have a heat signature associated with them. So it's also possible to couple batteries with the hydrogen storage and the hydrogen generator. And hydrogen then can be deployed based on the requirement, not based on the time. If there is no wind or sun, for example, let's say in the case of RT regions, then the other situation can also be used. We do not just emphasize that hydrogen alone can do the things. We also emphasize that hydrogen along with other energy sources such as wind turbine and PV, including batteries, can help to solve the issue of the of electricity. Again, this is a global project level data on the low emission hydrogen production, and this shows that how worldwide there are projects at the early stages and there are projects at the operational stages. So if I look to things 20 years before, it was way lesser. Again, if I see the things now after 10 or 20 years, things have increasing and they're increasing day by day or year by year. At the end, my colleague said that, okay, people don't really want to listen about the history of the company. So I put this slide at the back. But again, the company was established in 2016. We started working with European Space Agency around 2020-21. And the first prototype of generator came around in 2021 something. And after that, we have certification of the products, trials by the NATO NSEC COE trials, and several other projects already done with different companies, national agencies, Horizon, and other projects in the European Space Agency. I think I would end the presentation over here, and if any questions, please do let me know.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's very loud. Sorry about the sound issues. Do we have any questions? A couple. Right. In this case, I'm going to ask the first question myself. So you talked about the different products for producing electricity and then also producing hydrogen. Have you already deployed the hydrogen production system as well, or is that in the idea phase right now?
So like I showed the previous slide, so this is already being tested by one of the agency. It's a deployable unit that can produce hydrogen. Of course, we are not talking about the big large-scale systems with the electrolyzer, because that means that we require more collaboration to install such a system. But small realized solutions to produce, let's say, off-grid hydrogen is possible, and that is already developed.
Thank you. Any questions?
So maybe you can just shortly explain how do the fuel cells work in this very, very cold environment on the surface of the moon?
Thank you for this question. I mean, in order to make a fuel cell work in a very cold operation, we generally go by a water-cooled generator and not by an air-cooled generator. An air-cooled generator can work up to -5 degrees Celsius with no issues with the stack that we develop. If we deploy a water-cooled generator that can work up to -30 degrees Celsius, so the coolant is designed in a different manner. The components are designed in a different manner that can sustain temperature up to -30 degrees Celsius. There is antifreeze solution put into several products into water. The components itself that they are provided can sustain temperature, and they are developed with the heaters. Most important is the stack. So we used a slightly different stack for the colder operation, which have slightly improved membranes that doesn't allow the MEA to get damaged when the temperature goes down. And we follow an excellent startup and shutdown procedure to don't allow any freezing water on the MEA area to make it destroy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's thank Kush once again.
Thank you. I will stop sharing.
And I believe the representatives will be in Tartu tomorrow as well. There's one here already as well, but there will be more tomorrow as well. So we're going to continue, and we're going to continue with the Senior Business Development Manager of Stargate Hydrogen Solutions, Aniket Shodari, and who's going to talk more about alkaline electrolyzers. And also my congratulations for opening the utilities. And so let's all welcome the movie star to the stage now.
I think this is better as well. Yeah, we can be more closer. Perfect. Good. Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction and the movie star title. Of course, if you're not seen it, just go to YouTube and search Stargate, and you will see a video of Stargate deploying the first 1 megawatt electrolyzer plant in Tallinn at Utilitas power plant. But before we go to the actual presentation, so I would like to thank everyone here. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this Tartu Hydrogen Day 2025, surrounded by the people who are not just talking about hydrogen, but they are also living it and delivering it. And then just for Stargate Hydrogen, we are a company which has moved from the ideas to implementation, not in decades, but in few years. Because most of the time in hydrogen, when we talk about development, it is a decade-long process. But then for Stargate, it was very fast. So also once again, so I am Aniket, the Senior Business Development Manager at Stargate Hydrogen. Does it change? No. Okay, it's changing on this screen, but
should change on both screen. Sorry. Start again.
this is perfect. Yeah, this is the presenter mode. Thank you. Yeah, so so we at Stargate Hydrogen, we didn't just want to build electrolyzers. We wanted to build the trust that helps the green hydrogen that can be produced, integrated, and scaled right here in Europe. So what you can see on this photograph is what we have been and what is the journey of Stargate. So we started in 2022, 4 years from now, and we started building, or we started doing innovation on the material science. So we have unique patents on the materials and also on the catalyst, as well as on the stack and on the system level. We are one of the few companies in Europe who have got the IPCI status, who have also got the IPI funding of 54 million euros, which helped us to scale and to do a lot of innovation and R&D. We are growing very fast. We are more than 65 employees right now, and most of our employees also comes from various top electrolyzer companies in Europe, like Nel, Alto Topsoe, McPhee, which is no more now, but also, yeah, Volvo. And then we have several strategic partners, which includes like ABB, Fortum in Finland, and Utilitas from Estonia. And then we have also got investment from Repsol very recently. And then they are not just a partner, but they are also a strategic partner. So we are already discussing some more projects with Repsol to decarbonize their oil and gas facilities in Spain and also in Portugal. And then we are not just limited to Europe. We have also strategic partnerships beyond Europe, like with NEOM in Saudi Arabia. We have also a partner in India, and so on and so forth. And then Stargate Hydrogen has very recently inaugurated our megawatt manufacturing facility, which is of 140 megawatt manufacturing of stack. And this was also done very recently. And I actually also wanted to talk about, like His Excellency the Mayor is not here, but I wanted to talk is that Stargate Hydrogen has a very good, there is a background with Tartu, because I could say that most of the engineers, scientists who are working in our company and building this innovative technology, they comes from the University of Tartu. And we collaborate very deeply with the university for the development and for the R&D of our project. So I can say that Stargate is Estonian born, but the brain behind Stargate is from Tartu. And so this is a very big achievement also for the city of Tartu, which the mayor also told some time back. So what's happening in the world of electrolyzer today? So we see that there's a lack of fundamental innovation on the material level. There is a massive cash burns, scaling before the demand, and then there is little or no specialization. So that's why you can see the market consolidation happening in Europe. You have heard a lot of news that companies are winding up their operations. Some electrolyzer companies in Denmark, France, they have winded or closed their operation and now taken care. And then the assets has been taken by big giants. But then why this is happening? And then I would say that the reason is that this what you have seen here. And what Stargate is doing differently is we are trying to bring the cost of green hydrogen by this 4 fundamental points, what you can see here, because the cost of hydrogen depends upon these 5 points. First is electricity, efficiency, the capital cost, lifetime, and utilization. Out of these 5, we like as a humble electrolyzer manufacturer, the things which are in our capability is the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that's why we are focusing on the efficiency, cost, and also the lifetime and reliability of electrolyzers and how we do it. So we are doing innovation on the material science. So we have innovated this new materials which are based on ceramics, and these are called the Stardust material. Then we are also optimizing our manufacturing, like our manufacturability, by also using fewer components in the stack. And that's how we also bring the cost of the stack down, like the material cost down. And at the same time, doing a lot of testing of our solutions so that we gain a reliability of our systems and on the stacks. So what we see that in the future, we want to get the cost of or the capex of the stack almost by half. So right now we stand somewhere at close to 300 euros for a kilowatt, but we would like to get it below 200 euros per kilowatt. So that's the future for Stargate, and that's what we are doing differently. We are not scaling up unless there is a big demand in the market. So then, as I stand here in Estonia, in Tartu, a country known for its digital innovation, it's time for us to also bring some spirit of this innovation also into hydrogen and how we produce hydrogen. So that's why we started working on the electrode technology. So when we started building the company 4 years back, we had 2 options. The first option was to go with the traditional electrodes or the materials which is there in the market. The people who are familiar with alkaline electrolysis, there is a Rennie nickel electrodes which are quite used by every company or every stack manufacturer in the world, and then just scale up or to develop and innovate the new materials which will help us to bring the efficiency very high as well as robustness of the stack. And then building on the base of this innovative materials, we scale up. So we chose the later part. And then that's how we have synthesized these new materials, which are called the Stardust material, which is basically the best of the both worlds. When I say both worlds, one is the traditional alkaline electrolysis technology, and the second is the PEM electrolyzers. And then with this new materials, we can have the high current density, high efficiency, and then there is no dependency on the precious metals like the iridium, especially, and the platinum for sure. Talking on the products and the commercial progress. So we have done some, or like not some, actually quite a lot for such a young company, that we have already delivered 2 large-scale stacks to a client in Germany who has built on us, or based on our stack, their own balance of plant. And they are going to be, like we have also received a follow-up order from them for, again, 1 megawatt stack. And then on the right-hand side, what you can see is that we are also working with our stack integration partner in different part of Europe. And one of them is Rockfin, which is based in Poland, and they are also using our stack for their electrolyzers portfolio. Then these are the 2 of the projects on the system side. So the Utilitas 1 megawatt electrolyzer project, which is in Tallinn, and this is already this is already in commercial operations. The Bolt cars are being refueled and they are running on the streets of Tallinn. And then on the right-hand side, what you can see is the container, which looks like a very similar to the container what we have installed in Tallinn, and it is the same. But there is there is a lot of optimization and the learnings which has gone into this new container. And this is for Fortum, one of the largest energy company of Finland. And then this is under the factory acceptance test. And next week, we are going to ship this container to Finland. And then the target for Fortum is to produce hydrogen before end of this year. So for those who haven't been to Tallinn or haven't been to the site, can see like how the site looks like. So this is a full value chain of hydrogen where we have installed a 1 megawatt electrolyzer, a compression system, then a refueling station, and then there are also tube trailers to transport hydrogen, because there are 2 refueling stations for this project. And in total, there are 30 Toyota Mirai cars which are also procured under this project. So now what I'm going to show you is that you will see a glimpse of that journey, the 6 months of installation of the system on site in few seconds. And one thing I would like to tell you is that each container, each cable, each tube is a story of the teamwork and the number of iterations our team has done. So let's start. It was a ground zero. The foundation was done. Then we placed the 1 megawatt container on site. Then we put the roof skid, which also includes the district heating heat exchanger to be integrated with the CHP plant of the Utilitas power plant. Then that came is the refueling station here, and then also the compression station. Then at the end, the stack was rolled in inside the container. And the work was not stopping, irrespective of the ice, snow, or the harsh Estonian environment. And then there were some, you would have seen some of the cars also got refueled during one of the acceptance tests in the background. And this is the current state of this project. Okay. Yeah, so from this, what we gained is something more valuable than just operational data. We gained the confidence that we can take on bigger, more complex systems and deliver them with the same operational efficiency. So what did we learn from this project is first is integration matters. The electrolyzer is only a part of the living ecosystem. The way it is connected to the compressor, to the refueling station, and to the mobility defines the success. Second, the speed with quality is possible. Our pilot plant showed that the modular design with the strong coordination with the supplier is possible. And then it has to be the core of the project management. And the third is that the Baltic region is ready to deliver and to make hydrogen for the people. So it's not more a dream now, it has already been here. Then talking about the selected partnerships, and when I talk about the partnerships, this gentleman on the screen is, I would say, the picture boy of Hydrogen Europe, or like hydrogen for the European to the world, Yorgo. And he was there at our inauguration facility in June, where he talked a very stellar, it was not a speech, it was a performance. And then what we can see, like in terms of the partnerships, we work with a lot of commercial companies from Europe. Some are these the major ones, some are wants to be the major one, and some are just starting with hydrogen. So we have partnerships across the globe, mostly focusing in the Europe, but then also we have now made inroads in the Saudi Arabian peninsula and also in the Indian territory. So we are growing, we are also scaling up. At the same time, we also partner with a lot of R&D partners across Europe. University of Tartu, Taltech, of course, they are at our back, and they are like, I don't have to mention them. But then apart from that, we are also collaborate with renowned institutions from Europe, like LUT, VTT, UC Lausanne, and then also from the west and south of Europe as well. Then our go-to-market strategy. So for me, the presentation is not something like I would like to deliver or sell a silver bullet to you, which is for hydrogen and which can solve all your problems. Of course, it's not going to happen. What I'm going to tell you is that we as a company have also progressed from a level to a level we are delivering larger systems in such a short time, which is itself a remarkable journey. So what we have done is that on the left-hand side, these are the two products, or our two star products. One is the Stellar series stack, which is the 0.5 megawatt electrolyzer stack. And then based on the same platform, we have developed the gateway system, which is a containerized 1 megawatt system. So these are the commercial products which are available for the market, and we are already delivering it. Then on the right-hand side, very recently, it was just day before yesterday, we have launched the two new products in our portfolio, and this is going to be the game changer. This is for the industrial applications, and these two products are called the Starbase series and the Aurora series. What is Starbase? The Starbase is a 5 megawatt stack, and this is for the system integrators. And then we have a platform for the system, which is called Aurora platform or Aurora series, which is a platform. Actually, it's not a it's a platform, but it is more or less like a pyramid of electrolyzer, where it is a 3-story system, and then we use two of our stacks, and this is a 10 megawatt electrolyzer platform. Speaking more on this, is that what you can see is that we have our lessons learned. So we didn't really jumped from 0.5 megawatt to 5 megawatt. It was not an overnight decision. It was a journey. We learned from what we have done in the past. We took step-by-step process, and then we are building this larger scale system. So the Starbase is the next generation alkaline stack, which is designed for durability, efficiency, and modular expansion. And the Aurora system is a system platform that is based on a fundamental issue which most of the project developer face is the cost and the space. Sometimes the space is not the problem, but sometimes the cost is like the problem. And then we are doing something differently here, is that this Aurora system will have the lowest footprint based on a megawatt level. So it will have 14.4 meters square for a megawatt, which is remarkable. And I haven't seen any alkaline electrolyzers so compact and having such a high energy density, I should say. And this entire platform, which will be also, it will be also prefab. and delivered on site, so we can also reduce the time for the installation and commissioning. And for most of the projects, it is not the cost or like the capital cost of electrolyzer. We have seen from many reports from BNF or S&P, the cost is the on-site installations, the commissioning, the land cost. These are the most governing costs, but electrolyzer cost can be between 30 to 40%. But the rest of this is the auxiliaries which is associated with it. So therefore, it will be a prefab, and then it is a modular system, so we can add more modules and we can go as big as needed. So on 6th of June, we have inaugurated our facility. So this is our new facility, or like a old facility which is refurbished to be a new one. And then here we can manufacture 140 megawatt of stacks annually. And this is quite big for the scale or for the production and for the projects what we have right now. It is 2,300 meter square factory, and that's how it looks like. And if you like, I think most of the audience here is from Estonia, and then they know also, like in Tallinn, also in Tartu, that the old buildings has been repurposed to be something new. And this is what we also did here. This was a very old building from the Soviet times, and it was repurposed, it was rebuilt to have this electrolyzer manufacturing facility. So it's quite unique. The design and the architecture of the building or inside the building is quite unique, and it goes very well with the heart of Tallinn, where old buildings are there from outside, but from inside they are very funky and nice. On the fundings, this photos talks about when we got our badge or our wooden plate bolted on the wall of fames in Tallinn, and then we are backed by strong investors. So the majority of Stargate is by UGI, one of the leading family offices in the region. But then we have also secured a few more fundings from Estonian funding agencies like SmartCap and Giga. But then also, as I mentioned, Repsol is on board now, and then also Tavi, who is also the co-founder and CEO of Skeleton Technologies, but he's also the chairman of our executive board. So we have got a very strong leadership, which is guiding Stargate to be one of the next electrolyzer companies, or like the biggies of the Europe. Then talking about the fuel resilience in the region. So the Baltic region relies on two major oil refineries, which is in Finland and Lithuania. And then there is a risk because because these are centralized right now. And then if any misfortune happens, then there's a big risk on the liquid fuel supply. So what is the solution? The solution is decentralized fuel production, which is based on renewable CO2 and water. This is what we see. And as I have I was hearing to my fellow speakers before that, they are building these nodes of Power-to-X or e-fuels in the region. And this fit very well with the fuel resilience, what we are talking in the Baltics and in general in Europe. So this is also the idea for Stargate, that there would be a lot of nodes. These are called, like for us, we call it the e-fuel nodes. And we are also very happy to hear that like Baltic Hydrogen Group is also one of the company who's got the funding. They are working to make this happen. And then also like the news from Latvia that they soon in 2030 there would be also very big methanol or e-fuels or eSAF manufacturing facility there. And what Stargate can play as a role here is that like for us, our vision is very clear. So our vision is to anchor the large-scale hydrogen development in the Baltic region, and we see Estonia and its neighbors as a perfect test beds. Strategic location for the European energy corridor as well. And then we have strong renewable generation potentials, as well as the regulatory is much easier as compared to the Central or the Western Europe. But then at the same time, we have a community of innovators, engineers, investors who are willing to collaborate and to bring this to a level. So Stargate is ready to be a partner for scaling up. And my closing would be is that, so I will share just a very short message that Stargate is ready to scale, ready to deliver, and ready to make hydrogen reality, and across the Baltics, but also across Europe. With this, I end my speech, and thank you again so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be part of this August gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very exciting stuff. I think we will make time for a couple of questions as well. And I know there's one coming from online already. So let's start with that this time.
Yes. So a very specific question from online. So you now have this 1 megawatt electrolyzer. So with that capacity, how many cars can you refuel in a single day? And the other part of the question is, how much does it cost to drive 1 kilometer with the hydrogen that you get from that electrolyzer?
Okay. Good question. I think this question can be also, I would say that, for me, I will not give the direct numbers because I have to do some calculations, but just to know that from this 1 megawatt electrolyzer, more than 400 kilograms of hydrogen can be produced one day. Whosoever who has asked this question can do a math that a Toyota Mirai hydrogen capacity is 7 kilograms. With that, it can run 600, 700 kilometers, depending upon which season you are riding. And then, so do the maths that how many Toyota Mirais can be refueled in one day. 400 divided by 7, and you can get the answer. And then what is the cost of like per kilometer? I would say that one day just drop by to this refueling station. You will see the cost on the refueling. I think it is 13 euros per kilogram right now. And this can change because Alexela is the one who is operating this plant or this refueling station. So do your maths. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yep.
Marko Kirim, Institute of Physics. I'm asking from completely other end. You have these very nice 1 megawatt containers, and they can be installed in public places. What about the safety regulations to these installations? And even more, the security is nowadays the question. So what can you say about, is there any specific demands, or is it like an ordinary fuel station to be built it?
That's a very fair question, and I think this is something was also like for us, this 1 megawatt electrolyzer which we installed was like a test bed for us, that we also learned a lot about the regulation, because this is the first time this was happening in Estonia. It was not a clear like how the regulation will happen, but then also it was a learning process. Everyone learned from the regulatory side as well and from our side as well. One good thing about this project was this was already at an industrial location. So this was not in a public location. So the areas were marked for installing such kind of equipment. So it was not so tough to get the approvals. But then if we want to install next to a house, then I would say that the neighbors will complain for sure, that they will get fear. But I'm not really sure at this point, like what would be the regulations on that side. But on this side, there were a lot of regulations, and then but then it was a process which took time, which took more than 1 year for us to convince everyone that this is safe and we can operate it safely over there.
Right. Let's. Yes. Let's continue that conversation on the coffee break in a matter of time.
Thank you.
All right. Let's thank once again Aniket. And our next speaker is the strategy manager of Elering, Karl Kivinurm, who is talking about the very exciting Baltic corridor that has been mentioned already twice in our speeches.
Hello, everybody. First of all, it's good to be back here. When I was talking a few years ago, then the technologies were still in the lab. So it is really good to see that everything is scaling up. And actually the change is possible. So my name is Karl Kivinurm. I'm representing Elering. Elering is electricity and gas transmission system operator. We are operating electricity and gas systems already more than 12 years. I've been in Elering more than 8 years. Just to begin, first, I thought I'm gonna tell the story a little bit differently, but today we have heard a lot about the security issues and logics. I hope that the Estonian society, or at least the Baltic society, have understood that with previous 3 years, we have totally changed the energy security structure in Baltic states. If you think about it, 4 years ago, we were still importing a lot of gas from Russia. Today, we're not doing it at all. With market participants, we played the whole market for different sources. And also we did this year the synchronization to the Central Europe with the electricity system. So the change in energy security, at least for the Baltics, have been a huge one. And maybe what has not changed is the logic for the whole Europe, at least in gas sector, that yes, we have switched it off from the Russian gas, but still the energy independence for the whole Europe is not there yet, because we're still importing about 60 to 70% gas from third countries, not Russia, but still third countries. So the hydrogen definitely is one big possibility for the whole Europe to be more energy independent and much more energy secure for the future. But this is still ahead of us. About this Nordic-Baltic hydrogen corridor, this is a joint collaboration with 6 gas TSOs, transmission system operators, from Finland to Germany. So we see that the corridor is going to be able to transport the large-scale hydrogen, creating cross-border backbone for the clear and clean energy. So it's not just like we already seen and heard here. It's not just a pipeline. It's a vision for connected, resilient, and decarbonized energy future. It's gonna be the backbone for enabling different business ideas and also different kind of markets. To put it into a context, when Tor-Arne said that 1,000 megawatts is a large amount of energy, then just to put this infrastructure in perspective, in feasibility phase with these 6 transmission system operators, we have talked about infrastructure what could transport from Finland to Germany about 90 terawatt hours of energy. It's the first stage. The second stage is when we put additional compressors, we can bring it up until 130 terawatt hours of energy. And to put this one into perspective, what it means, about 90 terawatt hours, it is 95 gigawatt of offshore wind power. So to realize how large energy quantities we're actually talking about. Just from the consumption areas, it's 21 green steel plants if we compare it with Rachel project in Finland. So it's quite a large amount of energy to transport from Finland to Germany. And why we're doing it? This is probably the next question. Why it's all needed. First of all, for us, it is energy security and resilience, like to talk about it. We have changed the architecture for the Baltics for energy security, but for the Europe, the architecture needs to still be changed in a logic that the independence for energy security would be much greater. For us, for the energy security and resilience, there's two logics. First logic is that Central Europe is in energy deficit. They need more energy from the north. We have definitely and actually we as a TSO are in a very good information situation that we understand the electricity market and the electricity challenges and also the gas market and gas challenges because we're two TSOs in one company. With electricity transport in these quantities to Central Europe with the logic of not in my backyard problem, it's really difficult, almost impossible. So hydrogen plays there a quite significant role to do it, to transport these amounts of energy. And the second logic is that if we talk about electricity security of supply, if we want to do the green transition, then we need kind of electricity storage for the seasons or seasonal electricity storage. And this is quite hard to do with batteries. So the hydrogen plays there quite a significant role. And for that, definitely we need large-scale hydrogen storage. And if we look at the geological situation, then it is really hard to do in the Nordics and in Baltics. So we need salt caves in Poland and Germany. So for us, in the logic that we need energy security is the long-term storage to get access the storage in Poland and Germany. And in the same time, Poland and Germany needs the energy, what is produced large amounts in Northern Europe. So it's a win-win. And definitely for the Europe, hopefully everybody remembers the Mario Draghi report, what told everything that if Europe wants to be leading economies again, then they have to solve the question about energy prices and the long-term energy security. So this is one cornerstone. The hydrogen is going to be one cornerstone to solve this problem. So the economic growth there is in a logic that we need to do the change from cheap Russian energy carriers to inside Europe produced energy carriers, and hydrogen is definitely one carrier what can do it. With the change to the hydrogen, there's also possibilities to produce different kind of e-fuels. So the market goes even wider than today's gas market. So the hydrogen would definitely erupt the crude oil market, at least in Europe, in the same way. Of course, in transportation, there's going to be switch over to electricity transport in one part, but not all. So with some kind of transportation solutions also is going to be working on hydrogen. Also about the markets, we should at least there's a message from the TSO side to electrolyzer producers or developers that you wouldn't think only to produce from power to hydrogen, but how to do with the same assets, the fuel cell back to electricity. Because if you think about it, the electricity market, then most energy is going to be produced, at least in Europe, mostly from renewable energy. But to keep the 50 hertz, we need also firm capacities for electricity. But these electricity production facilities don't get many hours. So to use the same infrastructure, what you're going to produce hydrogen, to at least in some extent to the investment in a logic, or use the same investment to do the backwards fuel cell processes. So this is going to be a catalyst for another market integrations between electricity, hydrogen, gas, transport, and so on. And to do it, definitely there's needed some kind of backbone, which is not only delivering the energy, but also delivering the knowing that there's always energy resilience to put into the backbone the energy and take it out. And of course, the last regional integration. So what I already told about, to put together the consumers, producers, and storage. So to open up all the business cases. Now about the project itself. When I was last time here, we were more talking about just the vision that we would definitely need this kind of backbone. But already today we can say that we have put 6 TSOs. We have put this project already into the European common interest project status, thanks to the European Commission, and why it's important, and also into the European 10-year network development plan. And why it is important. It is required for the EU funding. If this project wouldn't be there, then it would be really difficult to finance it. And why the European funds are important with this project, because this is an enabler for other business cases. It is really hard to take risks beforehand if there's not this large amount of producers and also consumers. But this large infrastructure can be built, or it's logical to build already with the capacity that we would need it 10 or 15 years from now. In 2024, we actually completed also the pre-feasibility study. So we have already quite good understanding the potential and viability of the corridor. And we also did the decision 6 TSOs that we would continue to the feasibility phase. And also we got for the first half of the feasibility phase, we got Connecting Europe Facility EU funding decision that 50% of it is paid through the aid of EU. So the feasibility phase is already started. With this feasibility stage, we tried to start all the procurement processes, because with this long through the country's infrastructure, the most time-consuming part is definitely permitting. So we tried to move in a logic, at least this is our vision, that we have done all the permitting in all countries 2030, that after that there would be a possibility to do the final investment decision. Of course, this is not the only criteria. There need to be also clients, there's need to be also business case. This is definitely going to be not against the market project, but at least it would need a business case together with the European Commission, at least with the financing part, also understanding the countries who are more beneficiaries than the others, that we do the project together and finance it together. And there's a lot of different questions and obstacles, but at least we have the vision to get it done 2030 or a few years later. This would mean that it's possible to build it 2035 till 2040, in between there somewhere. So this is not just a national project. This is a regional energy security transformation project for us. And we have the chance to lead as a gateway to more sustainable and what is most important for us, energy secure Europe. So thank you very much from my end. If you have questions afterwards, then definitely come and ask the details. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a very ambitious project. Let's hope it all works out. So let's take time for one or maybe two questions if they're really quick. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to ask one? Okay. Also, if you go on the Slido, you can ask questions there and also vote on the questions that already exist.
Yeah, thank you so much. Has been a very, very comprehensive overview of where is right now the project, how it's developed, and the next steps. So terrific. So very good news for all of us Europeans. And I would like to ask or learn more about your relationship with the ENO, the European basically association of infrastructure operators, and what are the plans to jointly deliver exactly this infrastructure for Europe? Thank you.
Elering is there's a with ENOC, it's in a situation that there's still pre-ENOC, so we're a member of that, and we're definitely going to be also a member of ENOC. Of course, ENOC is the organization for the whole Europe, but in the same time, it is competition between different corridors to get it ready faster. But in the same time, like we see that the technologies are just about coming out from the laboratories and scaling up. So for this amount of energy, we need them to scale up faster. So to actually build this kind of infrastructure. But the logic is that if we see 2030 that the scale up has been done, then it is possible to do the investment decision, of course, with the help of EU.
Right. Thank you very much. Let's thank Carl once more. And there's a small gift waiting for you. Next, we have the R&D manager for cell test and analysis from Elcogen, Ivan Vakulko. And as Carl was hoping for reversible electrolyzer, we might hear something about that here as well.
Hello, everyone. Quite big public. So yeah, I'm Ivan Vakulka, R&D manager at Elcogen, the company who is producing the core technology for solid oxide cell technology. I would probably start with a few words of myself. I'm quite recent in this community here in Estonia also. I moved to Estonia in 2023, the very beginning. Previously, I was in France in another company who is producing analytical instruments for petroleum chemistry also. But moving to Estonia, moving to green energy, so I have changed a bit my axis of working. So speaking about the company itself, for those who are not knowing or for everyone else, we are quite fastly growing during a couple of years. So we have now more than 150 people working in the company, variety of nationalities, 20 plus. And actually the company was starting its life like almost more than 20 years ago. During those 20 years, we were building our understanding and expertise around solid oxide cell technology. At some point, we are also have joined or kind of opened another company in Finland that was helping us to deal with the stacks, because cell without stacks is not working. So should be combined. We also have a lot of customers all around the world. We are supporting research and development, so we're having PhD students that are doing some work in research or already done and continue to work with in our company. During those last years, we have raised some funding that was giving us a possibility to grow up, to build this nice facility in Tallinn. So as I already said, that we are providing the core technology for solid oxide electrolyzer or fuel technology. So our Elco cell that can work with by producing electricity and also can be used in electrolyzers. We are also combining those cells in the stacks. We're providing stacks for our clients and working also on the module designs. The very beginning of this technology is our cell, which you have a representation here on the slide. It's a complex ceramic multi-layer cell that can work from 580 degrees up to 800 degrees C. So it is high temperature technology or actually low temperature in the sense of solid oxide. So we have two product families as a standard, 300C and 400B cells, but we can produce them in a different shape, different size, and actually we have a possibility to produce different thickness of our cells. The production methods that we are using is scalable, and I will explain how we are scaling it up in a bit later. So, scaling. Basically, we have almost every time when we are having those kind of core technology, core parts scaling, this big question or big thing that customers would like to scale, but we are not able to produce in enough quantity the components, or we can scale and produce a lot of components, but our clients are not scaled yet. So this chicken egg thing is going on. So at this stage, we are saying that, yeah, we can scale up, we will scale up. And actually, we are scaling up also with hand by hand with our clients. That's why we have recently opened a new facility in Tallinn. This is a very big step for us. We will be able to grow from this small pilot line, which was able to produce 3 megawatt per year in the electrolysis mode of stacks cells. We will grow to something at the first stage of 30 megawatts of producing capacity. So that this is 10 times growing. Then we are also over time in the same facility, we will grow up 3 times more, going to 90 megawatts of capacity. So several steps. As at the pilot line, we were using the ball milling process, but in this keg compact way, which is able to produce some amount of paste, but not enough for a big scale. So then in the new facility, we're changing this process to a bit more efficient way of ball milling process with using continuous milling units that will give us possibility to reduce the production time of slurry paste by 8 times. So and eventually increase the capacity of producing the paste and producing the cells. Also that involve also the increasing of the capability to tape cast those support layer or cells, also print them faster in a bigger quantity, and making the thermal treatment which is more efficient and faster. So all those components will give us a possibility to increase our production by 10 times and then grow a bit more, 3 times more, achieving 90 megawatt production capability for the current facility, built up facility. Core components that we are producing are mainly going, so we are delivering also ELCA cells, so cells for the companies that are building their own stacks. Those stacks are built in France, for example, or in China also the companies are building their own stacks around our cells. We are producing cell stacks and modules that are actually used in systems. So system integrators using our core elements for their systems. And those systems are actually delivered to the final customers. Here I will present some user case where our stacks systems are used. Eventually there are a lot more, but today I will focus on several of them. So here, one of the projects that was used our cells in Japan was made. During this project there was, so Japanese company was building a stack around our cells that was light and quite compact to be used on the drone system. Basically, the main purpose of this, of the activity of the project was to show that it is possible to use solid oxide stack for the drone that could be used for the surveillance during some disasters or other activities One of the advantages is that this stack, our cells can use LPG as a fuel. So basically, refueling of this drone is possible anywhere where the LPG is available. And we know that LPG infrastructure is quite developed because a lot of fuel stations are proposing this as a fuel for the cars. So that was a demonstration project achieved by us with our partners. Another use case is using of systems built around our stacks for the power generation by using some biogas, for example, here. This, for example, company in Finland that produce biogas, but there is also one in at least one that I know in Estonia, biogas, if I remember well, that use also the conveyance system to produce to use some of biogas they are producing to have some electricity for them. The efficiency of this system, conveyance system based on our stacks, are going to 60% to 60%, and basically by using the by heat produced by the system, we can reach 80% of total efficiency. Our stacks also can be used to produce synthetic fuels and reducing the CO2 quantity by introducing this our electrolyzers based on our stacks in the systems that are used for that. So here, for example, there is a project in France, C2 Fuel, that was used to demonstrate that it is possible. So what we have now, what I would like to conclude in my presentation is that, yeah, we are here. We are ready to deliver already in quantity. We are very open to collaborate also, and still growing. So we need the talents and we need people to contribute and to grow with us and deliver the core technology to the clients. I would like to thank for your attention, for having the possibility to present here this material. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a really interesting presentation, and congratulations on your new factory as well. I hope the scale-up goes as planned. Do you have a couple of quick questions? No? Any questions online? All right. I will ask a question myself then. What do you see is has been the key thing that allowed you to build this factory in Estonia, whereas other countries are other companies, other countries are trying to allure companies to build in their countries?
I would say that what our CEO also telling that the company, the biggest value of the company are peoples. So I think part of this achievement, very big part of this achievement, is the people who are working in the company. Then also a help from our investors, support from the government, actually allowed us to build this facility and to grow this scale, and we will continue to grow.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's thank Ivan once more. And next, we're going from a big infrastructure project to even bigger. And allow me to introduce you to Head of Infrastructure Development Department in Port of Tallinn, Hele-Mai Metsal. Yes, Tallinn is famously a Hanseatic city, so it's a port city that keeps growing. Very happy to see that.
Hello, everybody. Yes, it's my third time actually to stand before this kind of audience, and I'm not going to speak about technology at all. I'm very fascinated about the development of the technology, but I'm going to talk about the industry which actually can use that technology in the future, hopefully. Yes, my name is Helena Metsal. I'm a head of infrastructure at the Port of Tallinn, and I've been in the field already over almost 3 decades, so I have seen some transmissions and some changes in the maritime business, which is actually quite conservative. This is a slide that was prepared from my colleague regarding the global fuels consumption from the maritime transport. These numbers are quite, let's say, significant. 95% of those maritime fuels are used by fossil fuels. So it means that there's a lot of emissions from the vessels. But in global CO2 emissions, the amount is not as big as we actually predict. But still, there is a lot of regulations and rules, both in EU level and globally as well, which has came to stay. Those green deals, I think there have been some setbacks, but they are still here, and they are still on the pipeline. So, and if those regulations have been, let's say, enforced, then the whole industry actually has to follow them, even if they don't want to. So these IMO rules, IMO, you know what IMO is? IMO? At least someone should actually raise a hand. So International Maritime Organization, yes. They have this kind of intensity reduction compared to 2008. You can see these are not as big as we actually could predict, but still they have had this kind of a mission to have maritime emission reduced 100% by 2050. And then, of course, there is regulations regarding fuel EU. These are a little bit less. And then, of course, we have ETS. And I know that IMO will have this MARPOL rule, new rule in force, I think, approved at least in October this year. It will be in force already by April next year. So these are here to be and stay. But how the vessel could to meet those demands? There is a lot of talk about regarding the different kind of, let's say, environmentally friendly fuels in the sector. LNG, do you think is it green enough or not? Because it's fossil based, but still it's on its way, and I can show you later on that it will be here quite a while. But it is a bridging fuel. Methanol, lot talked about, good steps ahead. Ammonia, not as much hydrogen. There is one black horse, of course, electricity. So a lot of plans of vessel powered fully by electricity. And now I found out, actually a few weeks ago, there is a talk about ethanol as well, what I haven't mentioned before in European level. But this is globally in Brazil as one option of a fuel of the vessels. These are the DNV last year's numbers of the ships on the alternative fuels. These are not very encouraging numbers here. You can already see that LNG has the most ones, most of those, and others are quite small numbers. Hybrid between batteries are mostly, I think, driven by fossil-based fuels. And even LPG is on the list. And what are the challenges? Why the vessels are so reluctant to change their fuels is, of course, the storage area, what is needed for different fuels. So that is the reason why there is a lot of reluctance to change those fuels, and a lot of, let's say, basis towards the technology development, how it could be developed that help to reduce the size of the storage tanks in the ships. This is actually from this year's, actually just in 5 minutes I will start a webinar regarding the DNV's 2025 forecast for the alternative fuels insight. And are not very promising numbers here. Still, we know we have those kind of ambitions to become more environmentally friendly. Still, we have ordered in our order book a lot of LNG-driven vessels. They are not made yet, but they are on the way to made. And vessels are not built just for a few years. They will be built for 20, 25, even 50 years. So this is not very encouraging. And I've heard from our representative in EU Commission, Tarmots, a few weeks ago that actually he hasn't found from IMO knowledge, IMO knowledge, that no hydrogen vessel has been built in or has been ordered in last year. Of course, in this DNV's analysis, there are some orders are still. And what's the problem? One, of course, the storage size. Another actually is fuel availability. The green fuels are, of course, they are expensive, and they are expensive because there is not enough of it. These are the numbers which have produced. It's compiled by my colleague, of course, and based on DNV's energy technology information, but it's not very promising as well. So we have actually few vessels ask from green methanol, but we can't provide it because there is no production for it right now. And it's not even our problem only, because European level there's a lack of green methanol. Okay, so will be like not as green one available, but not green ones. And one of the big issue regarding that is that there are a lot of regulations and rules towards the ships, shipping companies or shippers and even ports, but there is no requirements for fuel production, or even there are a few of those projects ongoing in, not few actually, quite a lot, 40 projects ongoing from, it's listed at the European countries, which needs 100 billion of euros to invest in, but no one are on the phase that they will be providing, produce green fuel by 2030. So what is the conclusion from the shipping point of view? So the shipping are growing industry. There is a lack of alternative fuels or environmentally friendly fuels. And supply problem. If there is not supply, and the price and regulations are not supporting it, they will not come. But there is opportunity and synergy, what we already mentioned by Carmen and Arne, that if there is a lot of renewable energy, there is a synergy in order to produce some green fuels for that. And this is opportunity what should actually Estonia as a country with an agile development could use. But what a support role? Unfortunately, I'm the person who just talks. We haven't done as much as we would love to have done. But we have actually several business fields, as you know. I don't know, everybody knows hopefully Port of Tallinn, so I don't have this kind of overview about Port of Tallinn. We have 4 ports, of course, and we have vessels. And they are located on different locations. And I just want to show that at Muuga Harbour and Paldiski South Harbour, there is several projects already ongoing by alternative fuels. We are the landlords and we own the land, but we don't develop those projects ourselves. They are developed by our partners. And this is our role actually to encourage them to have and to have their project in our land and to link them with the industry as well. So Jetgas, Estonian company, building up a liquid methane terminal in port of Muuga. Famous derivate NH3, which got some support from EU and from Estonian government as well. Production of green ammonia in Paldiski South Harbour. And we have signed a MOU with a company called Protea for green methanol production in Muuga port. And we have already, almost 2 years, a vessel call by a vessel driven by methanol. They have asked, actually, from us a green methanol to bunker, but we are not able to give it. So they are bunkering right now in Rotterdam and having their make around during the alongside the Baltic countries, not only Baltic Sea countries, without bunkering right now. But this is an opportunity that we actually have to take or use. And we have been asked by cruise companies whether we have green methanol to bunker. Do you know what it is, this vessel? This is, I just want to show that this is a part of the Black Horse case. Fully electrified Viking Line new vessel, which is got some funding from EU Horizon 2000 call. This is a challenge for ports because they want to have a fast charging at port site for 40 minutes only. And it's driven between, it will be sailed between Tallinn and Helsinki, and the energy what they need is 80 megawatts batteries. So it means it's very, very huge amount of energy to provide at the shore side. So this is what kind of issues we tackle with. And there are synergies actually between the energy production, storaging, and providing electricity from shore side as well. And Viking Helios will call to Old City Harbour. You can figure out what it means for us in order to provide that kind of power for them. Then another opportunity which actually will be here, whatever we think about it, it will be here and it will be linked from the rail side, our ports and our areas to the Central Europe. What opportunities? And what port are? Our ambition is actually to become an industrial hub. We have a lot of land available already, and we want to attract industry here around us port area, and we would love to have it like a green industry. But one big missing link is that we can't provide as much power, green power, in order to have those industries around us. A lot of things already is ongoing, of course, but a lot of things is just under negotiation, and few of our projects have been, let's say, declined in a way because we wasn't able to provide that. Another issue is what was mentioned by Elering, as of course permitting as well, always in Estonia. And development at Paldiski South Harbour, you can see already there are a lot of things already ongoing, a lot of plans. Something already realizing, but this is a very good test bed are showing off how actually local community can work together with industry and become like a green energy and energy island or area at the shore side of the Finnish Gulf. But our role is not just talk. We want to show something up as well, and we want to actually give a message to our partners from other ports, for our ferry companies, and we want to actually prepare the port area and port mindset in a way that we would love to make that area and the connections, let's say, the carbon footprint as small as we can. So we have already 2 years ago signed a green corridor agreement between Estonia and Finland, let's say, because it involves not only both ports, but it involves our 3 ferry companies, 2 cities, and even governmental level. So it means that it's quite an ambitious plan how we can make that route more environmentally friendly and actually impact that route as well. The idea itself actually was enforced or got that first push from the work, from the one of the green corridor work we had 4 years ago, together with Port of Rotterdam, Port of Rønne, Port of Gdynia, and one of the big Maersk Mackenzie Zero Carbon Shipping Center. And there, from one of the workshops, shows up that the green corridor should be established. And within 2 years, we established it in our link. And now we have a negotiation with Port of Stockholm, but they are a little bit, let's say, cautious mentioning a word corridor. So we have a green collaboration, the same level, but between Sweden and Estonia. And of course, Port of Tallinn, we do talk, but we are part of one of those initiatives as well, which might hopefully, which will actually change the world in Estonia as well. And one of those are Estonian Hydrogen Valley. We are the co-founder of that valley, and the main idea is that we should actually link the right people with right ideas and with right challenges as well. So yeah, and it's work, I think. From our case, it has been working. And now I would like to have a few words about a project which is ongoing right now and which got a support from EU Interreg Baltic Sea Region funds. And it's called H2 derivative at Baltic Sea ports. It's actually very well related to the topic here. There is a lot of ongoing here, and there is a lot of aims what we have to fulfill, and there is a lot of same questions which we have to tackle, but we can't solve those by ourselves. So this is the way we will try to do it with the stakeholders, which is involved by all the Baltic Sea region, all over the Baltic Sea region. This is like through collaborative development, we're trying to find a proof of concept for different kind of actions, like clear perspective on future energy qualities and quantities. Regulatory framework was mentioned here. This is lacking in everywhere. And one thing what is driven by us at Port of Tallinn, NIMBY actions or banana effect as well. These are those what we're actually dealing every day right now, and it's actually increasing. So we have to prepare the society with the new stuff in advance. And in this project, we can do it together with 10 ports, with private companies from Estonia. Alexela is one of the partners, and with research institutes and associations. And we do have the Interreg project has like 3 work packages: preparing solution, piloting, evaluating, and transferring the solutions. These are like the same structure like always, all those projects. But the impact could be very, very big to the market itself. The market analysis has been done already. There will be a piloting different kind of tools in order to prepare the ports and other service providers for the green fuels. Regulatory framework work group already has been working together with local communities and companies, and of course residential communication strategy as well. There will be a one pager for that in order to how to make those key messages very listened to the society. Yeah, the forecast for the future fuels. This is a very interesting one. And we do have a lot of supporters, and the list of supporters are not complete. You can always become a supporter as well and be part of that community. So that is from all of my side.
Thank you very much. Lots to talk about there. We have a quick question from our one of the co-organizers.
Yeah. So you talked about the new LNG ships that are already planned and ordered, operational, and so on. So we know that for planes, we can just swap the fuel with SAF, and it works mostly. What is the case for these large ships? Can we just swap them for a new fuel, or that is not the case at all?
I'm not very sure about it. Maybe Artur can comment it more. But there is I forgot to mention that the new ships which are ordered are actually all dual fueled, different kind of combination of fuel in order to be, because they are not very known about what kind of fuel will be the prevailing one. So that's the reason. There is a lot of talk regarding LNGs mixed with biomethane or biofuels in together, but it's not like completely green anyway. So yeah. So I'm not, but that is actually very sad that a lot of LNG vessels are ordered. LNG maybe is used, but it's not like the future we would like to have.
So it's a very difficult topic because
Yeah.
you don't only change the fuel, but also the vessel that you carry the fuel in.
Yes.
And if the fuel is very different, then
Yeah.
it's a huge issue.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I saw that there was another question, but let's keep going in the interest of time, and you can continue the conversation in the coffee break. And so let's thank Helema once again. And now we welcome the CEO of Destiny Energy, Vijay Sirsa. And as we heard already, methanol could be used for our shipping, and how wonderful it would be if the e-methanol could be homebrew as well. So Vijay, the floor is yours.
Good evening. It's just amazing to be here among this august company. Professor Lust, greetings from me. Guys, I see some familiar faces in the audience. Just an introduction. I'm Vijay Sirsa. I'm the CEO of Destiny Energy, a Singapore headquartered company. A lot of people ask me what made me to travel all the way from Singapore to Estonia. And it's quite far, about 9,500 kilometers. But what's important is we started this journey about 3 years back, and we like it. And basically the opportunities, the geographical location, and the market access to the European Union, basically it provides ticks all the boxes, what we are looking for as a developer of the projects. So Destiny Energy, do I change it? Shift. Destiny Energy is a developer and investor of green hydrogen value chain projects. We specialize in complete integration of renewable power with a green hydrogen production and then taking it downstream to e-fuels. When we started looking at the project opportunities in Estonia, 2.5, 3 years back, yes, we had an opportunity to look into just solar. But we realized that just by doing solar is not really exciting and also does not really provide the economic benefit as a standalone solar project. So we decided to go one stream down to green hydrogen. It was nice structuring, but again, considering the size of the project and the location, it was thought that it will be challenging to find market for about 2,000 tons of green hydrogen per year in Estonia. So, and also it is too small a volume to ship it to Europe, a larger part of Europe. So at that time, I would like to really say thanks to Helema. We had a discussion in the port of Tallinn, and they gave us a great direction saying that why don't we go one stream further down? That's methanol. So that's where the shipping industry comes in the picture. So we took some time to structure the whole value chain project. And I'm quite happy to say today that the project is fully structured and is ready for implementation, of course, subject to certain caveats. And we produce our own solar power on site, and we secure power from the wind power from the other developers. We secure the biogenic CO2 within Estonia. And thanks to Alexela, Arthur is here. And we structure the whole project and with the offtake of the entire 10,000 tons of e-methanol to the marine industry, contributing to decarbonization of the marine industry. So as I mentioned here, P2X Solutions, we do the project in development and investment only if there is a hydrogen angle. If there is no hydrogen angle, we normally do not look at the project. We are a global developer. We have multiple projects in the pipeline. As you can see from the chart, we are in Estonia. We're looking at in Egypt, India, Malaysia, and also basically Malaysia, Singapore. So these are all the projects have either green ammonia or e-methanol as a final product. We don't sell just solar power or wind power. We take it to the final e-fuels as a final deliverable product. This is our corporate structure. Destiny is the Singapore headquarters. We have multiple companies registered in the different jurisdictions. Estonia also has a company here. Destiny is Estonia OU, which is our investment arm for Estonia. And as you can see on the right corner there on the SkyCorp, is a Tartu-based company for a hydrogen-powered drone. So we are one of the investors into that company, and we're quite happy with that product, which we'll be taking it to Asian market. This is specific to Estonia. This is the first project we're developing in Estonia, in Pärnu. So we named the project as Pärnu P2X Hub. So we have our own 51 megawatt solar on site. We're securing 18 megawatt of wind power from Sunli, which is just about 3 kilometers away from our site, which will be a dedicated transmission line. So no dependence upon the grid. We also have a 10 megawatt grid import from RE Power and about 5 megawatt of export of solar power in the summer months. That's where we have more power availability than what we require during the summer months. And we'll be, as part of the structure of the project, we'll be putting up 25 megawatt electrolyzer system and about 10,000 tons per year of green or e-methanol synthesizer plant. So along with associated storage facilities and balance of the plant. So this is how the structure looks like. On the left side is the sourcing of the feedstock, biogenic CO2, water, renewable power, and then to the electrolyzer, to the methanol synthesis plant, and storage and shipping. Okay, now the topic of this seminar, what are the challenges? We are here to develop the project and invest into the project. Most of our investment projects are 100 million and above. So we expect some of those policies and regulations and guidelines to be more streamlined, but it's never that simple. There are always challenges in terms of development challenges, investment and market barriers, policy, subsidy risks, so many challenges a developer has to go through. That's where we have a different roadmap to play. Is a technology company can develop the technology and see who is the user. But for us, we are not a technology company. We are the technology integrators. We use the best technology, what is possible for the project. And our responsibility is to do the technology integration and create a business model around those technologies. So for example, in this Pärnu project, we have a solar, then we've got a wind power coming in, we've got electrolyzer from a company, we've got a methanol synthesis plant from a company, water supply, carbon dioxide supply. So every part has to fix or match seamlessly to make the project successful and happen. So that's the challenge. We're looking at the development challenges. One of the challenges is high capital cost. As the technology is evolving, the costs are still high. So the challenge is how to optimize the cost. How to optimize the cost in relation to the scale of the project, or in relation to the sizing, or in terms of the technology integration of various blocks. That's one of the biggest challenges to mitigate the high cost of capital. Then there got feedstock challenges, like for example, availability of the biogenic CO2. It's a challenge in most of parts of the world. Luckily for us in Estonia, we have that resource available. Like I was trying to develop a project, I'm still trying to develop a project in Egypt. There's no biogenic CO2. So what can we do there? So you can't do e-methanol. So there you have to do green ammonia, because then you can take nitrogen from the air and mix with hydrogen. So depends upon the jurisdiction, depends upon the location, depends upon the feedstock availability, depends upon the power price in that particular area, how much is your local production or your own production, and how much is what you want to source from others. That will all determine what is the ultimate value to the project, and ultimately the product price, what you want to sell. So one other aspect which I got very concerned about is demand creation. Yes, we can produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, or we can produce e-methanol, but who are the off-takers? There is no clarity about large-scale off-takers. There's a lot of discussion, a lot of policies, a lot of frameworks are under discussion, but still today, there is not much of a significant policy shift or the deployment shift or the pathway shift for using. The important ruling which is expected to happen this month is IMO ruling, is a net zero framework adoption. It's a very critical input, because that will open up the entire marine sector for compliance and demand creation. And that will actually help developers like us to plan in future, going forward, how much of capacity we would like to bring it on the line and at what time frame. So a demand visibility is the most key important element. And most of the projects, we track projects all over the world, and especially in the Asia and European market. Most of the projects which were announced got into issues related to offtake, not pricing problems, and also the timing issues, and also the volume issues. So this is one of the very, very critical aspect of the project viability. So there are certain challenges specific to the Baltics. Each state has its own policies and regulations or the hydrogen deployment or the e-fuels deployment. But we also need to see a harmonization between the policies and regulations EU-wide or within the Baltic states. And one other thing which I'm seeing a lot of talks going on, not in my backyard. So public perception for the project's deployment at a certain location. That's why I hear why most of the wind farms are facing headwinds rather than the tailwinds to implement those projects. So there are some certain challenges. This is something like I call this California syndrome in US. They used to call as not in my backyard. So here is the same situation. Hopefully that gets resolved with a proper consultation, proper information dissemination, and knowledge, people providing the knowledge about the benefits to the community and to the county or to the overall the nation. We have a significant RE potential in Baltics. What is important is to how we harmonize it collectively and make that monetize to take it further downstream for green hydrogen and e-fuels. There are certain challenges specific to Estonia. Like for example, one of the EU milestone regulation, like RED 3, it's still not adopted by Estonia. It's in the process, I believe. So that's something which is also important. So we highlighted that aspect during our various meetings with our friends in the ministry and other agencies. So also another aspect in Estonia is the scale. We're a small country with a limited resources. So, and also the very limited demand locally. So whatever we do, whatever we produce, need to be catered on the EU level on a broader scale. So that brings up the issue about infrastructure. How do we really produce here and then take it to greater European Union? That's where the Port of Tallinn is doing a phenomenal job. And we're happy to work with them to take any product we make here to the wider Europe market. Thank you. One other point I just want to say, this is a picture some of you already must have seen. This is the first hydrogen 1 megawatt electrolyzer in operation from Stargate Hydrogen. So what is actually important is we are facing the global and local challenges, headwinds. Adoption of IMO net zero framework is critical. So only one other aspect is RFNBO's definition is quite challenging to meet, but it's not insurmountable. It's possible. We need to do that. And other aspect is most of these projects require state support, either EU grant or the local government grant, because the viability gap of such projects is very, very dependent upon the availability of the grant support from the state systems. The last one, I would say this is also one of the hydrogen storage and transport deck. So in spite of the challenges, we are still confident. Yeah, one thing we always say that developers always face challenges 24/7, but we need to keep our motivation, our focus, and our passion intact and spend time, efforts, and money to make the project happen. We are on track for our Parnu project to be commercially ready by early 2028. So problems are there, challenges are there, but we need to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. That was really insightful. Do we have one or two quick questions in the audience?
Maybe I
Yes,
have a question.
go on.
So one thing that you didn't quite highlight enough, I would say, is that where you get the CO2 from. It's biogenic CO2 from biogas. So how much more does it cost you versus doing what everyone else is doing, is using some kind of wood to gasify it and produce the biogenic CO2 in that way?
You see, under the classification of RFNBO e-fuels, you need to provide, you need to secure the biogenic CO2 from the sources which are otherwise would have gone to atmosphere. They are not being produced for the purpose of producing e-fuels. So that's something which is very, very important definition of what is, how you classify RFNBO. And in Estonia, we have been talking to Alexela, and they are putting up this, they already have 3 operating plants, and they're putting up a 4th plant as well. And also including other option is the bioforce. So basically in the biomethane plant, CO2 is a byproduct. So that's what actually is being captured, and that gets certified as a biogenic CO2. That's why we have been lucky to source that product within Estonia.
All right, thank you very much. And let's thank Vijay. Oh, there was a question? No? Okay, let's thank, and then we can continue the discussion in the coffee break. So now we'll have, oh, there's a gift for you as well.
Oh.
We will have a half an hour break, and then afterwards we will have a panel discussion and a short summary by our professor Enlust. So let's meet back here at 5 o'clock.
We will call you one by one in this order. Yes, we will introduce you. Veel ei ole kõiki. Karmen on puudu. Nii, viimane külaline tuli. Nüüd me oleme enam-vähem valmis. Kas sul on see küsimused lahti? Ma ei suuda endal avada seda enam. You can sit down right now. We will call you one by one. Basically, we will introduce you and call you in front one by one. Mul ei ole vist netti või ma ei tea, mis see küsimus on. Ma üritan. Jah, ma proovin. Sest mul on tõesti ilma selleta väga raske. Kas me saame kõrvuti istuda? Istume kõrvuti siis. Muidu ma tõesti ilma selleta. Kaks külalist, mõlemad on külaliste mikrofonid, jah. Ja. Nii, aga alustame. Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you have had a nice break, drank some coffee and feel energized again to listen to our wonderful panel discussion. We have two moderators here, Ove Ol from University of Tartu and Allan Niidu from TalTech. So I will leave the stage now and yes, give them a warm welcome and they will do the rest of the job going forward.
So thank you very much to our day moderator, Karl Lander, for doing an excellent job all day. So I will call our panelists one by one in front. So first, ladies first, Carmen Font from the Font Corporation. So please have a seat.
Yeah.
Second, Vichai Sirsa. So, please. Third, Artur. Pavel Kivinur. And last, from our Minister of Climate, Hans Markus Kalmer. Please have a seat.
Very distinguished. No, very distinguished.
So, let's start with the first question for the first three panelists, and that is, what are some of the examples that you can give from your own home country where hydrogen already does contribute to energy security or will in the very near future? So please. I do have the microphone here.
In the case of Spain, doesn't work.
Yes, yes.
In the case of Spain, it's clear that this energy transition was a long time ago, basically adopted by many players and stakeholders. One of them, Iberdrola, so they've been developing renewable projects since over 2 decades ago, and now obviously there's a multinational all over the world developing projects. So I think we were the lucky ones seeing early stages that it made sense that the country was really had this vision of betting towards the renewable energy and therefore promoting much more investments and infrastructure development and so forth. So then, like, obviously we have a strong commitment from the government. So again, I'm repeating myself, but definitely what moves things forward is, first of all, a strong commitment from the government, long-term vision, and then giving all the support to the private sector to execute and implement. Because at the end of the day, it's the private sector who has to develop the projects, obviously backed up by the public at the three levels, obviously European Commission, member state, and regional. The region is very important for the permitting, and I've heard many times talking about permits. Indeed, in most of the cases, it's regions who have to issue those permits together with the ministry. So this sort of cooperation is vital. And in terms of energy security and self-sufficiency is critical. So that's why we like Estonia, I think Spain and Estonia have a lot of similar things. We were heavily importers of fossil fuels. We depend on third countries, so gas from Argelia and so forth. So we are very similar. So the strategy towards producing on all renewables, and now like we are over 50%, I think we are 57% of the energy that is produced now in Spain is coming from the renewables. So it's really a large part on our energy mix. This is critical and it's increasing. So we will have 70 by 2030. So it's really this sort of program, long-term vision, and indeed helping the investors to achieve and helping the developers and the companies to make it possible. So, well, it's everything. Self-sufficiency, security goes hand by hand, right? So that's the certainty that gives a country the power to take decisions and obviously execute and implement investments in the long term in the energy sector and so forth. So that's, I would say that we have again, a lot of things in common, and indeed that I do see a lot of possibilities in Estonia for sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Vichai, what about Singapore?
Let me address this in two parts. My country, Singapore, and my birth country, India. I would like to give perspective from both sides. Singapore is not a producer of hydrogen. It is a demand center. So because of our location and our geographical constraint of being a small state. So, but Singapore is the biggest energy consumer in the region, and 98% of our power generation is from LNG. So it is all imported. So we have significant pressure to be energy independent and energy transition pathways to explore. So Singapore government has announced 4 energy transition switches, and one of the switch is green hydrogen and methanol and e-methanol or green ammonia e-fuels, because we are the biggest ship hub in Asia. And so that's one thing which is very, very important. And we don't produce a single ounce of crude oil, but we are one of the biggest refinery in the region. So there is a huge amount of hydrogen requirement, both to replace the gray hydrogen in the refineries and petrochemicals, and also to provide a power generation LNG gas mix or blending to reduce the carbon footprint of power generation. So that's on the green hydrogen side. On the methanol side, the new port in Singapore, which is the Tuas port, has already put in place the full infrastructure to receive the imported e-methanol and also green ammonia. So basically the supply will come from near and far countries, which is Malaysia and Indonesia or Vietnam or Laos, which are high energy, renewable energy sources, and then bring that to Singapore for meeting the energy transition. So we are committed to decarbonize our 3 key segments: power generation, shipping industry, and petrochemical and refineries. And there is a national hydrogen policy in place, and all the stakeholders are working towards achieving the net zero ambitions or the commitments of the Singapore government. So that's actually in the right path as a demand center because of our own limitation that we cannot produce sufficient quantity of green hydrogen ourselves. So coming back to my birth country, India. India is very big in e-fuels and green hydrogen. Massive projects are coming up, large-scale projects. Recently, there were some 11 rounds of bidding for green ammonia. The prices are close to $500 per ton, which is the lowest for green ammonia you can realize anywhere in the world. So that actually shows the competitiveness of the e-fuels market development in India. And one of the projects which we are now looking at is not the large projects, but localized distributed hydrogen production, very close to the demand center. So there are some glass factories or ceramic factories or the various heat processing factories. We are putting up small 1 to 5 megawatt electrolyzers and producing hydrogen, green hydrogen to supply to them within the radius of 25 kilometers. So that's a significant activity going on. So both these countries have a very high ambition to roll out green molecules into the system. And I'm quite happy to be part of both ecosystem. And coming back to Estonia, you already heard what my views are. And it's a very interesting market for us to be successful in this particular geographic area and make this as an example for us to do many more projects in the Baltics and the Greater Nordics. Thank you.
So the next one is Alexela. So we haven't introduced Alexela yet. So Alexela is basically a large energy supermarket. So any kind of energy a consumer wants to buy, Alexela will offer that to them, as far as I understand. So what is your view what projects in Estonia regarding hydrogen already contribute to our energy security?
Well, first of all, thank you. I guess you will find in future work in our PR marketing department because such short description, just nail it, just give a impression, understanding what Alexela is. Indeed, we are an energy company, providers of all kinds of fuels, what are, let's say, requested. And maybe one thing I really want to highlight is that we have been for years, forerunners in innovation and integration of innovation to, let's say, end users' applications and also providing that fuel to end users. So answering your questions, well, I guess it is totally different than last year to be here. I'm a little bit more comfortable in hydrogen developments in Estonia. I'm very pleased to say that our first full chain project is really starting to kind of go operational on a daily basis. So a couple of more steps and it will be kind of full chain indeed. So thanks to environmental agency, Utilitas Stargate, we have full chain started up in, let's say, first filling station, which we will operate, and the second Peterborough is, as we speak, is actually under commissioning. So a little bit late, but let's stay on positive note here. Concerning now overall defense and industry, maybe the best example would be from my personal experience on military exercises. I was summoned a couple of weeks ago on mandatory military exercises, and what I saw is totally different, right? The drone is a key word here, drone warfare, etc., etc. Don't want to stick in that. But what I'm saying here is the understanding that there are other fuels compared to diesel or gasoline. It's still kind of on really baby steps. Yes, high-ranking military officers and all those things who actually make decisions have some idea, but frankly speaking, it's very, very small baby steps on, let's say, on security of supply and introducing it to a military phase. If we talk about now overall a little bit wider security defense, for example, Estonian Border Guard have now ordered first biomethane multi-purpose vessel. It will be run on Estonian-produced biomethane. There was idea to have also, even last year, we talked about ferry, which will be driven on hydrogen or let's say dual fuel solutions or hybrid solution. So there are some steps what are moving forward. But I also would like to go a little bit back to Hellemai's Port of Tallinn presentation, because there was a maybe slightly negative note, but I want to comment here. With the Norske Veritas study, it's forecast for 2050. It's very nice paperwork, and there was a kind of very nicely highlighted that right now on overall the global is roughly 120,000 vessels. Roughly speaking, I think 2,000-3,000 are alternative fuels. Half of those are LNG. And the order book is for 7,500 new vessels, from which roughly almost 3,000, a little bit less, is alternative fuels. But more important here is that the cross tonnage of these new orders are actually towards alternative fuels. So the big container vessels are actually driven that market. We're saying that even due to the Norske Veritas study, 51.1, I guess, what was the percentage of cross tonnage, which actually in order book is already linked to alternative fuels. And that's, I think, that's very promising. It's give us a huge kind of boost with Vijay to really boost our Pärnu idea, and kind of really kind of positive note from the Norske Veritas towards us. And it's linked, you know, energy mix is always complicated. So, but yeah, it's very promising.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so now the guys from the Climate Ministry in Illering. So the question for you would be, how you see the hydrogen? Is it something that you should use for mitigation of climate change, or is it more like energy security for countries or regions?
If I may start, then I think one very important thing here to keep in mind is that actually they are different sides of the same coin, meaning that we don't have energy security without dealing also with the climate change. So, and this is also what we are thinking from the governmental side. Yeah, but one critical aspect, and I can't leave out here praising Alexela for the first gas station here, where actually hydrogen is also consumed. We still are struggling with some important things such as the RFNBO target from the Renewable Energy Directive, which sets actually quite ambitious target, 1% for 2030. And now when we compare the consumption level and already said that the ship which runs on the biomethane consumes approximately 2 gigawatt hours per year, but now we need actually 90 gigawatts hours for hydrogen for 2030. And if we don't have the consumption, then it's very hard to solve it. And even though that we might have the production, we need to solve the consumption side as well.
From Elering side, definitely it's about energy security, but maybe I would go a little bit more helicopter view for the Europe. It's definitely the challenge for us in energy security level that first we were talking about hydrogen, it's the climate sustainability. But now when the geopolitical situation has changed, now we need to see it as an energy security issue. And from there, there's a question how much we can accelerate it to become energy independent. But in the same time, if we look at the economies of Central Europe countries, then the structure of the economies have to change with it. And this is really difficult. So in the same time, in European Commission level, we want to bring the hydrogen into the market in liberal market way, but to build these large infrastructure projects that we were talking about, all the corridors, there's 10 to 15 billion euros, even more, maybe trillions even. If we take if we take only the corridor, but if we take all the production facilities and so on around it, then definitely trillions. And then there's a question where to bring the line with liberal market decisions and where we can have to put in money to say that these are the enablers and these investments have to be there that the market can work. And this is the question part. And then the countries, how to say, economical new business cases can switch. And we all have to do it with the liberal market in the world, where other markets maybe are not liberal. So these are the actually really difficult questions, where to put the large scale of investments and how to do it in a logic that the transit countries in Europe, like Estonia, are so small that we don't have nowhere to get the money because there's no market yet for hydrogen. So there's no consumers, there's still no producers. So we have to find the logic to invest in greenfield projects when we still don't have the market.
How about Germany? So Germany is going around Europe telling everybody we need in the future half of our energy mix to be alternative, and probably we have to import most of it, and it could be hydrogen. Please provide. So is that
it would be simple if they would say that please provide. They said please provide, but on market base logic, take all the risks yourself to invest it, and then we'll see if there's consumers.
So it doesn't help too much.
Yes, but in the same time, of course, they will negotiate the logics also with the European Commission. There's instruments for that, but it takes all time. And in the same time, there's an economical switch that these economies are not going very well. So the talks are even more difficult.
Just to add to what is on the table with Germany, I mean, definitely the H2 Med, which is obviously, very well the sort of part of the backbone connecting Spain with Germany. There has been an exercise that I'm sure obviously has been done in Estonia too, which is where are the projects, indeed, where's the uptake, and how to match all these, and to design an infrastructure that makes sense and is efficient and so forth. and obviously local consumption, but indeed with the huge interest for Germany. That's the case, no? And we have this is going to be the fourth edition in January 28th coming, 26, so January 28th, 26. Again, the fourth sort of day of hydrogen in Spain, where the TCO and Agas is hosting this big conversation with the key players, TCOs in Europe. And indeed, the last January 25 this year, there was a huge delegation from Germany coming because they want to secure hydrogen. So they said that 60% of their hydrogen consumption has to come from outside Germany. So that's the figure, and they need to secure it for their own industry and their, basically to comply with European regulation and mandates. So I agree, it's a challenge how to build this infrastructure when it's so cost. There is a lot of money involved, and who takes the risk. So it's an exercise that we need to really solve with urgency, because at the end of the day, it's what is going to secure the projects moving forward. And indeed, there has to be definitely what they say sort of vision in Europe to support the market drivers, fertilizers, companies, data centers, the refineries, and at the end of the day, the green steel. So these are the ones that really need the volumes. These are the ones that really need the volumes. So these are the ones that we need to support, or the market needs to support, and obviously the European Commission, member states, and support to create this demand and secure this demand that will push all the rest, because Elcogen, all these companies that we have here, Stargate, all the Power Up, all of them depends on the big players that will buy the electrolyzers, that they will deploy a project, that they will bring this new stack into the refinery to produce hydrogen for their own processes. So we need to support the big players or the market drivers to help the supply chain and to help indeed the ecosystems in regional level, indeed in Spain, in Estonia, and in the whole European basically hydrogen values that we are creating together.
So, Artur, would you want to comment?
If I may just...
Yes, so it's a close one.
Just to add, I totally agree. Huge, large-scale projects will take time, definitely. So, and it will need to be arranged, legislation frameworks, still, final investment decisions. I feel that there is a little bit too less investigated and overviewed existing infrastructure. For example, well, Alexela is not only a Estonian company. Our home market is Latvia and Finland, and we see that there are similar approaches. So basically, we have infrastructure available, which is, yes, based on methane, but for hydrogen, e-methane is totally fine. I don't believe and don't want to blend it, but partially the infrastructure, which is for methane, is very okay to use for our targets in climate and environmental aspects. Another thing, terminals. We have already now terminals. We have Paldiski standing methanol terminal, ammonia terminal in Sillamäe. So we have options already now to really start it very fast, actually, very fast, if a market will be ready. Another thing what I have very briefly maybe mentioned some times ago, that there is also option, for example, involved, just a crazy idea, with zero terrain project, which is kind of hydro pump up accumulation station in Paldiski. There are potentially huge caves, which are also suitable for hydrogen storages. We don't have to bring it to Germany. Germany market is huge. It's at this stage, I feel, and we see from our traders that they are interested in not maybe transport sector, but mainly on the industrial sector. And that's my main driven engine right now. And that's why probably this backbone is also kind of very interesting. Another, if we go back to the local idea here, is also local produced hydrogen. And I feel everyone expecting that the price is, feel that the price is too expensive. We see some tendencies, right? We need some little bit volume. And at the same time, we see that, for example, in Estonia, we have a little bit too much, maybe solar panels anymore. Our electricity prices in the summer times are quite often negative. Maybe next year, maybe a little more often will be negative. So what to do at extra power? So yes, we shut it down. We have in our portfolio several solar panel parks. We just shut it down, and that's it. we could use it, right? So that's small ideas which can, gathered up and, pumped in the backbone or used in methanol or ammonia production. So those are kind of, things that maybe we haven't looked very seriously in, because we have infrastructure, we have invested billions, trillions actually. Even if we talk about North Sea pipelining, yes, it's not suitable for hydrogen, but if it's more retrofit, it could make sense already. So those things are maybe need to be more looked into it prior we really start big, huge projects, which is maybe just will be, complementary.
I
just have one point to add.
I will maybe ask you a question, Vijay.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then you can add your point to the end. So let's assume that we have this accelerated development of these hydrogen technologies and deployment as well. So which economic sectors would they most impact and change as we do that?
I think if you really look at hydrogen and its derivatives, the biggest impact sectors are industries, especially the chemical industries and the heat and the industries which are process industries, and marine sector, long haul transport, trucks or buses, and basically trying to get into the aviation in the future. Because I mean, I always have this problem with people when they talk about hydrogen cars. That's the lowest end of use of hydrogen. You can use the hydrogen for better purpose at the high end carbon intensity reduction. Coming to one segment, especially the marine sector, which is quite close to me, which I come from Singapore, which is the biggest marine cluster in Asia. One other thing which I looked at is in Estonia. There are some ships which are Singapore company owned ships. They come to Baltics. There are 4 of them. Then they run on methanol. But they come to Tallinn once a week, but they don't have methanol bunkering. What do? They fill up everything in Rotterdam, take the whole circuit, and go back and refill again. So basically, they're carrying a significant amount of dead weight of excess fuel for the entire voyage trip. If we can provide in Estonia, we've been talking to Hellemai about it, and also Alexela, to create a methanol bunkering facility in Tallinn, Tallinn port of Tallinn. It would definitely help these ships to come more often to Tallinn, which will have a multiplier economic impact on the country. Not only you create infrastructure for methanol bunkering, because of its availability, you can attract more ships and more cargo volume. So it is a multiplier effect. So that's something which I just want to say is it's a chicken and egg situation. You want to create a supply chain, but there is no demand visibility. But you want to bring a demand, but there is no supply side. So we need to really, as a developer, we need to really play a very balancing act. And that's where our Parno project, which is about 10,000 tons per year of methanol, is actually right fit for Estonia and for the Baltics, because these are the projects which have the higher potential for success, rather than a multi-million tons of capacities which have its own headwinds. So we're happy to be working with Alexela and Port of Tallinn to create that whole ecosystem of infrastructure, because our job is to invest and produce the fuel. But we need to find an off-taker, a credible off-taker. Then only the business case becomes bankable. Otherwise, there is no business case. Yeah.
Maybe as a continuation, a question for Alexela, that maritime industry is already extremely important for Estonia because a lot of our export right now is maritime fuel. However, that fuel is not sustainable. It's oil shale oil. So can methanol be the new maritime fuel in Estonia?
Absolutely. Like I said, we have already a methanol terminal with a very huge capacity standing, a little bit idling, I would say. We also have an ammonia terminal in Sillamäe. Yes, those are old export-import terminals bearing in mind Russian transactions. Now we will have lots of, probably, hopefully, lots of wind, maybe. There will be question what to do with that. Even Alexela has a windmill park in Kiviõli area. So, and one in our detailed planning, we have inputted also potential production of e-fuels. So that will be sufficient amount for very interesting to really kind of boost that export once more. But let's see, this is one thing. Of course, it always will be nice that you use it on spot and really kind of, you know, not to make the transport leg, etc., etc. But again, this Germany market is maybe for alternative fuels now most important, most interesting, and most profitable. Let's be very honest here. So that's of course aspects what we need to bear in mind. Concerning now overall methanol here, to use it, well, we see there is a kind of marine industry, for example, is very traditional, right? If some order book is done, it will be for 20, 30 years, will be kind of linked, locked, and that's it, right? So we see some very similar path with LNG. So 20, 30, 12 years ago, golden age of LNG, it started up. Now it's really kind of booming, I would say. Yes, there is a kind of hint on bio-LNG that it should be done. And methanol could be the same. The problem with methanol is, and which I also mentioned quite nicely in presentation, is nothing else than CO2. So biogenic CO2 or concentrated CO2. Where to get it, to make it, let's say, make sense to really produce something out of it. So time to time ammonia maybe could make sense more, for example, in Africa states, right? So those are kind of, you know, aspect would we always bear in mind. And of course, like I mentioned previously, e-methane could be something also very interesting. We don't look only on hydrogen as hydrogen. It's always something extra, depending on our market conditions, depending on really what market needs and what is acceptable price level on customer side. Or let's put it that way, if customer is willing to pay extremely high price, it's not problem or to produce it, right? The problem is that price level should be acceptable for customer. So this is the thing. And again, don't look at Estonia, because I think we need to kind of expand our view. We need to involve always Latvia, Lithuania, because the region is very small, right? Also Finland, yes, it's overseas a little bit difficult, but again, this cooperation between Baltic states, I see it's really pacing up. Even here, we see Latvian colleagues. So that's changing. So we need to really look outside the box. And once more, I feel that existing infrastructure is underutilized. We should kind of overview that. We should kind of really put efforts on that and adjust. Again, market conditions are a little bit different now.
Yeah, so it's kind of regarding infrastructure. So Carmen, can you tell us what kind of infrastructure we should be developing in the near future in order to push the hydrogen economy forward?
Well, basically, I would say that, first of all, the most important is to support the projects that are going on, promote those projects that are coming from the ones that produce volumes, such as the market drivers that we mentioned. And indeed, without the infrastructure, it's, we can always transport with trucks and so forth, but the ideal is obviously to have the infrastructure ready for potential transports, indeed thinking about even exports, right? So I think it's a step by step. So you have to build the infrastructure at the same time as the projects are being developed, because once those projects are kicking off and they took the FID and there is certainty about the offtake coming out, you need to have this infrastructure ready for those projects. So it has to be really, it's a plan. It's at the end of the day, it's a plan. It's a plan at national level. I totally agree that has to be seen as Baltic level, Nordics too, and then obviously within the European scope. And in terms of the demand, I do think that the demand is there. The challenge is the price. At what price? In Spain, we have now a booming of projects. This is a milestone, not just for Iberia, for Spain, for the whole European community, because we have FID taken from Repsol in two places, Bilbao in the north and Port of Cartagena in the southeast, close to their Murcia region. So we have projects going on in many different regions in terms of FID and moving forward. Green steel too, so really big things going on. But because at the end of the day, it's the price of the hydrogen is competitive enough to it makes sense, right? So that's why inner consumption in terms of Repsol, but also like selling part of it to their clients. But the offtake is there. We have signed agreements, offtake agreements for some of the projects with large gas companies that are interested in the hydrogen, but also in the biogas, in the bio CO2. Yeah. So the market is there. So the point is exactly if Baltics and Estonia is ready for producing competitive hydrogen, then the offtake comes. So that's the critical thing, and we are. So we are the lucky ones. That's why I'm saying that it's possible. It's possible here. So just we have to have a clear vision, support from government, and I totally agree with what it was said that in terms of changing the economy of the country, of the regions involved, because it's a shift of priorities, it's a shift in terms of a strategy, in terms of the government strategy, and it's a shift in terms of skills. You need to re-skill the new generations. You need to prepare in many sense, also the new generations with university degrees, with a specific program, master degrees. So all these, obviously, it's required, and it's a completely new economical viability way or path for those countries taking the opportunity to do so, obviously. And just last but not least, the opportunity of the methanol port. Absolutely, early bird catches the big worm, right? So if Amsterdam is super super booked up in terms of shippings going there to refuel, why not here? I mean, obviously there is a market for it. So ships are coming from really far away. So just take the opportunity, go for it, because otherwise another port will do it, So your neighbor will do it. So just catch the big worm, So that's it. So it's important to have the strategy and then make it happen. So that's critical. So yeah, that's I hope I answer.
Yeah, most likely it is. But Elering guys there, you kind of responsible for the gas pipelines in Estonia, more or less. You are part of the hydrogen corridor from north to south, as I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So your view is going to be local or global?
Just maybe a comment for using the old infrastructure, what we already have. In Germany, definitely it has been done already with the pipes refurbished to the hydrogen. But this is done only in Central Europe because they have dual pipelines going next to each other. So you can use one pipeline to do it. In Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, until Finland, we don't have dual pipelines. We have only, if we're talking about transmission lines, we have only one pipeline going. So if we would transfer it to hydrogen, then what would happen with gas consumers? So this is the question. We don't have the chance to go if we're not going to mix it inside the gas. Then the hydrogen product would be something else, and nobody would pay this amount of money for the product. So we cannot do it. In Finland and in Baltics, we're in greenfield with the hydrogen, so we have to do the pipeline. Also, with just a comment for the storage. There's a big gas storage in Latvia, in Inčukans, but unfortunately the geological fragment there is in a way that we cannot put hydrogen inside. It's just gonna go away. So we cannot use the old infrastructure for hydrogen. So we have to build it from the scratch. This is the first challenge. But now the question with the gas infrastructure there.
What is most important infrastructure to accelerate hydrogen technologies?
Economy.
Economy overall.
Projects and infrastructure, hand to hand.
So basically, for Estonia, is a question of Do you build windmills on the sea, or do you build the pipelines? Which are the most important?
There's no most important. You have to do it together in the logic that empty pipeline is worth of nothing. So the biggest challenge is how to make the investment bubble in a logic that when we get ready the pipeline, there's also enough producers and there's enough consumers. Definitely the energy carriers are going to change in a logic that CO2 emitters are going to push out even more, probably from the European Commission side, at least the trend is there. So we have to think how the switch are going to be made. Definitely gas is going to be doing some kind of work also there, because it's really hard to go small to the end small consumers and say that you cannot consume gas anymore. So there's going to be definitely some kind of synthetic gas made out of hydrogen. So the hydrogen need is even bigger. So some users are going to electrify, some will choose some kind of other molecule to do the work. So there is no one answer that one wipe is going to do all the work.
But maybe a more intriguing question even, because Elering is in a very unique situation that you are both electricity and gas grid TSO. So do you foresee a future where we can replace all the natural gas infrastructure with hydrogen infrastructure and go from one source to another source?
Technically, I think it's simple. The hard part is how we're going to switch over all the final end consumers. Like I said, we're never gonna, I don't know, in our kitchens, we probably don't want hydrogen. So this is the logic. Is it going to electrify, or we're going to put some kind of synthetic gas into it? We don't want pots and pans flying. So it is simple to do, but the question is, what is the measures and what is the time frame?
And to counter you, let's say the Estonian Biogas Association, they claim that in the future, most of the methane gas, so natural gas, can be exchanged for the biogas, for example. So is that, in your view, feasible, or?
I think Tartu University did a study. What is the potential, overall Estonian potential to produce biogas if we put most of the fields, the crop that we can make biogas. Estonian gas consumption is only 3.5 terawatt or even less. And the potential for biomass and biogas is 1 terawatt. The same approximate logic goes also for the Europe. If we take the whole consumption for the Europe, less than 1/3 is switchable to biogas in theoretically, not practically. We take the price and we take that people probably want to in the fields grow also food. So this is a theoretical thing. So we definitely need some kind of other molecule than biogas.
The answer is that we can't avoid actually have something else also. Yeah.
Just want to add to the discussion is, there is no one silver bullet for this energy transition or energy security or energy independence. It's a combination of multiple pathways: hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, renewable power. Everything has to work in a sort of in tandem, in synchronization. One cannot happen without the development of the other. So the policy framework, the money market, and people like us, developers who are ready to put our neck on the table with the money. So it has to be a combination of various factors. And of course, yes, demand certainty and a policy certainty. They are the critical things, and especially that will spur the energy transition. Some countries like my country, Singapore, we have no other option than to be energy independent because we depend upon 100% energy import. So for us, it is a challenge how we want to secure our future in the changing geopolitical landscape of energy. So it's a quite a challenge. So there's no one silver bullet, as I said. It's a combination of actions which will take all of us, not only just Asia or Middle East or Europe, all over. It is a technology developments. People are doing a fantastic technology development in Estonia. Great companies in Stargate Hydrogen and other people. Amazing technologies. But where is the pathway to growth? Internationalization. How do we take that to international deployment? Or large scale projects. We're talking about 50 megawatt, 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt of deployment of electrolyzers. Estonia cannot support it. At the most, in fact, my project, which is a 25 megawatt electrolyzer, it seems to be the biggest one which we can do in Estonia. So there is a combination of factors which we need to really address. Not just that's what I've been doing a lot of approach to the various stakeholders in the administration and governments here in every country which we do, is to create a certainty of demand path deployment, demand creation and pathway for deployment. Once you create a demand, once you create a deployment pathways, supply will automatically follow. That's actually the nature of how the demand supply works.
So I just kind of counter that. One example would be iPhone. They created market. Nokia was there before them, but they asked their consumers which type of phone you would like to have. They said, "Oh, buttons." And Steve Jobs said, "Pretty much F it, and we do it differently." And now there's no Nokia. Of course, you have tires. But
there are always exceptions.
Exactly. So it's kind of this, as you told, there's no one simple logic that will take you there, but mostly, yeah, that's how the market works.
I sort of agree and disagree with your argument, because if you go on the street and ask from the consumer what you want right now, he definitely or she definitely says it should be cheap. And if you're talking about the carbon neutral solutions, then these are not cheap, and this is the problem.
But it's going to be a problem for a near future. At least but we need cheap energy anyhow. So at some point, the price has to come down, because there's no rich country without cheap energy. That's going to be universal, whatever you see. So it's kind of our hope is that the technologies will become cheap enough that we can produce substitute fuels also cheaply enough. So maybe I can give you an example, counter to that. So 2015, roughly, there was a boom. Let's go the algae business. Let's produce fuels. Either diesel, either gasoline, doesn't matter. What happened 5 years later, most of the companies were gone under. And what they're producing, the ones that were still left, was lipids for cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. So that's where the high prices are. And that's danger. If you think about our energy future, that's much more, it makes much more sense for you to produce something that's much more expensive than the fuels. So
maybe just comment that first we have to define what is cheap. Is the cheap the energy that we don't have, or that we have still lights on? So the cheap is definitely exactly. And maybe just a comment that you said there's not going to be one solution, but portfolio, and all the different markets are going to be integrated. And one important maybe thing to realize, where you're asking questions about gas market and how it relates. It's much more important to ask how electricity market will going to relate with hydrogen market, because the producers are related with the electricity market, and these ties are much more important than gas ties.
great notice.
No, I agree, because for instance, we saw in Spain Iberdrola that has been in renewables many years, obviously decades, and brought that on the table. I mean, they said, okay, we need the infrastructure for the grid, reinforcing the grid, and then like infrastructure for the hydrogen. So I think it's not one or the other. It has to be developed at the same level because they need each other, and it has to be strong, both of them, and solid. So it's not one or the other. It has to go hand to hand, definitely. And I think we should bring to the table too foreign investment. Again, I think the markets outside Europe are quite uncertain in terms of what is going to happen with the hydrogen sector. Will we be funding? No, yes. What will happen in the decade to come from now? So we do not have this in Europe. So we have the certainty that this is going to happen. It will be faster or a bit slower, or we need investments, no doubt, but let's take this strong statement and let's unify sort of the vision of attracting big investors to Europe. We have the hydrogen valleys developed, more hydrogen valleys in the pipeline. We want to have 50 hydrogen valleys by 2030 in Europe. So all these hydrogen valleys have to have projects. So let's encourage investors from all over the world to come to Europe, invest in projects, deploy their own technologies, bring deep tech, and help the supply chain to develop, because we can do it. I mean, definitely, because we have this vision, and at the moment it's not the same elsewhere. So we definitely have to think about this opportunity as Europe.
So maybe a last question for all the panelists is, are hydrogen technologies for national defense? Because for Estonia, national defense is paramount. That's partially why some investors don't want to come to Estonia, but maybe these technologies that are developed here are actually important for that. So Hans Markus, can you please comment on that?
I think I will frame the question the way around. I think the great example is actually Taiwan. And what we see regarding Taiwan is, even though that they are a very tiny country and surrounded by enemy, they still export a lot of microchips. And having this wonderful and very useful technology makes them actually important for us and all the other important states, like for example, the United States of America. So even though that we don't have hydrogen consumption here, our industry which consumes hydrogen so much, or other products, I think technology makes us also, or gives actually this national security aspect covered as well. So I think exporting is also contributing to the national defense.
Others?
Yeah, just go ahead, please.
Technology, maybe not, but still what we have seen, that energy is a weapon. And large infrastructure is a weapon nowadays. So from there, definitely, if we mix the energy carriers and there's not so much independence with third countries, then definitely it would be better for energy security.
Carmen?
I would like just to add to the equation data centers, because now everything is about the new AI, the power that is needed for the data centers. We are talking about now about super intelligence, computing that obviously demands a lot of energy, and everything in terms of cybersecurity, national security, everything will go through data centers and more. So we need to be aware that we need to be able to produce competitive energy, competitive hydrogen, and indeed to have it in Europe, because we need all these data centers to be built for the AI and the new generation of super intelligence that globally is being developed super fast. So this is something that in terms of security should be, or it is a priority at the moment in Europe, obviously.
Artur?
Well, first of all, thank you, Vijay, for coming, because indeed your investments and your project is exactly what we're looking for. So that's very important. But I totally agree also with Elering representative. Very well said, indeed. Maybe a little bit too straightforward, but once the S hits the van, you need to have everything on spot. So for defense purposes, you need to have some security of supply. We have seen several times when S-Link broke down or gas pipelines also didn't, let's say, worked as it should be. So prices tremendously will be volatile during those breakdown or even regular maintenance last week or this week, sorry. So basically, that said, we need to have some kind of very comfortable, sufficient in terms of amount and power in order to really go for island mode even for some period. Hydrogen is one option, methanol, ammonia, methane, whatever, let's say, energy mix we will figure out. But clear is that it should not be only one, right? It should be a mix. If something happens, we can rely on some alternative things. And this pipelining and infrastructure is one topic maybe I just want to highlight. The pipes are, the pipes, yes, are methane, but again, hydrogen on surplus power will give us maybe options to have e-methane. The e-methane can be put on, let's say, pipes or even to mobile storages. Yes, mobile storage is too small, but hey, full Tartu is actually partially on mobile storage is bus driven. So we have quite nice examples that we can supply our own needs in local produced feedstocks and inputs. So yeah, just a little bit more brave, more projects to diversify the energy mix and open mind towards Europe and international businesses. And that's why once more, Vijay, thank you for coming. It's very important to really have a little bit different perspective on that and really kind of go to, let's say, very small city towards, let's say, global side as Pärnu, right? So great stuff.
Maybe let's give the last words to Vijay in this panel.
I just want to highlight on the technology side of it. In fact, I'm really happy the way the technology landscape is changing in Estonia. Amazing companies here. I've been coming to Estonia for the last 3 years, and I met literally every technology company in the electrolyzer and its usage companies, technology companies. Amazing work. But again, it's nice to have the technology of that level, but it also needs to be competitive. Because when we really look at projects, ultimately, Arthur is going to sit on my head and say, give me this price. How do I give him that price? Unless my input costs are competitive or good enough. So for just an example of electrolyzer, when we're talking about European price, about 1,200 euro per kilowatt. We look at it from the Asian point of view, China gives around $300 per kilowatt, euro per kilo. How do you really compare that? Yes, there are a lot of studies being done that they got OPEX problem, but CAPEX is low. So it's a life cycle issue. So what I would like to really see is the technology companies have done a great job in Estonia, but they also need to really look into optimization, energy efficiency improvement, and how much kilowatt hours of energy they want to consume finally to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. So that's a key thing. Yes, it's the technology evolution will happen over a period of time as you scale up, as you improve upon it. But bottom line is, if we have to be competitive with Estonian technology, we need to be price-wise right.
I totally agree. I think, in fact, that's the vision of the European Innovation Council. So the European Innovation Council Scaling Up program is precisely supporting the best technologies that are competitive enough to be, well, to make sense in a project that has to bring return on investment to the investors and high IRR or as high as possible. So that's the vision. So the vision is to move from more efficient materials to, like we have, for instance, like in Latvia, NACO technologies that are with nano coating, reducing the amount of raw materials, critical raw materials in general in the coating. So we have very good solutions. Obviously, we have Elcogen also. So that's the vision, and that's what completely we need to be efficient, because otherwise, even to partner, they will want to partner with the best. They don't want to partner with solutions that don't make any sense, and they have overpassed 2 decades ago. So for many reasons, that's obviously the what we are aiming for. and indeed much more. That's the market, no? At the end is the pure market, no?
So thank you very much. And let's thank the speakers all again.
Thanks for coming, guys.
You guys have a small gift for you. And as the last word of today's conference, we will give the floor.
Pleasure indeed. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, indeed. So,
So, academician, Professor Enn Lust, please say what this day has been about and how hydrogen is doing in Estonia, in the world, in year 2025. So, please.
Thank you for introduction. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Very good. It's very nice to hear that it's yet very good. Of course, I will have today very short time to discuss with you with some very urgent point what we have in reality. And of course, I am very thankful for all the today's presenting persons was a very excellent talks, and especially was Carmen, was a very systematic view of what is going on at the European Union level. And I am being the member of European Academy of Sciences Energy Steering Committee, and I have some maybe not so optimistic information that we today heard. The first problem is that to decrease the price of our hydrogen, as well as methane and ammonia, at first we have to conduct some fundamental material studies. Because if you are looking for these directives of this Department of Energy, then the solid oxide fuel cells have to be stable during how many hours? 70,000 hours, with degradation rate not more than 15–20%. And so, but only system what has so sustainable, it was a tubular solid oxide fuel cell and the planar solid oxide fuel cells. They are not lasting up to 15,000 even. The same problem is the polymer membrane electrolyte fuel cells. They have to be stable with small degradation rate up to how many hours? 20,000 hours. But you never see from literature data what these measurements have been conducted longer than 8,000 hours. So we have to work a lot of very hardly with a very terrible, very boring, long-lasting studying of our materials, and it's slowing down, of course, all these articles, publication procedure, PhD works, defending procedure, and so on. That's the worst. We have to conduct, once again, very fundamental material studies to have really long-lasting systems. The second problem, what has been mentioned, is the complexity of our technologies. Yesterday, I read the Department of Energy report. What is happening on with the hydrogen? What is produced in Arizona desert or Texas desert? There is a lot of wind, there is a lot of solar, there is combination of wind and solar, and the hydrogen. What can be produced by the electrolysis? It costs less than $1 per kilogram. But as in desert, there is no any population who are interested in to use this hydrogen. Then we have to compress this hydrogen, what is produced at 60 or 30 or 60 bars up to the 2,200 or 300 bars. So after we are taking the specialized transition vessel, car, and we have to decrease this pressure up to 20 bars. Because the regulation is that during the transport is big, to say, volumes of hydrogen cannot be transported at high pressure. So we have refueling station. Before this decreasing the pressure, we have to cool down this hydrogen because hydrogen is stupid. He is heating up during if the pressure is dropping down. So we have to cool waste energy. So we are now in this refueling station. And what we are doing just now, we are compressing this hydrogen up to the 200, 600, even 750 bars. And if we are going to fulfill or refill our fuel cell cars, yes. And what is the price now after these 5 additional 6 cycles? These numbers. Sorry? Actually, not so. 6.8. So it means that we have to think about how we can simplify all this complex management system of our fuel, including hydrogen, including other gases, to decrease, namely, this operation cost of this intermediate step. If we can use, as in Alex Airline now is doing, they are very happy. They have the possibility to fill these cars without transporting this hydrogen from one place to another, and they must have more lower price than $6.8 per kilogram. But okay, it depends, of course, how many cars we have, how many kilograms per day, say Alex Airline can solve, and it depends on these system conditions. We have discussed today very many times with this hydrogen is very good for this as a transportation fuel. It's a clean transportation fuel, but it's not very excellent fuel at all. But in any case, the more important role with hydrogen is that it is a very good reactant for chemical industry, for biogas cleaning industry, and for metallurgy, and especially for this rare earth metal oxide producing or high temperature melting point powders production systems, what we need to produce supermagnets, yes. It means that there is and latest news from the US, they have invented or made experiments with fuel, full hydrogen powered turbine, gas turbine, to generate electricity. And they have possibility to accelerate and shut down it during these 30 seconds. They are very good and excellent, how to say, systems, namely to stabilize the grid. And of course, as we have already in Estonia, nearly 1.6 gigawatt sustainable energy devices, then we have to use this to produce hydrogen and to store hydrogen, not compressing it, but we are using, can be used as a novel material, as a complex metal hydrides, thin complex metal hydrides, or store this hydrogen in ultra-microporous compounds. And it seems to me that it's time to finish. So take on home message is that we have to apply more complex and more advanced solutions. And there are very nice tandem technologies to use exothermal process heat to generate the endothermal processes. So we have to think about what we are doing really, and I'm very sorry that I was too pessimistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent thoughts. So this, so if you have any questions, you can ask a quick one now. It's just do it. Yes. All right. So that will conclude our day today. Thank you very much for being here, for listening, for participating, and for your panels and lectures. So we will see some of you in the evening for dinner, and for others, we will see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow in Chemicum for Expo and some more talks about the science. So we have a couple of people here that I know will give talks, so I'm very much looking forward to that as well. So I'll see you tomorrow at 10.